everyone. We'll call to order this budget information session for Wednesday, June 22nd, 2022. We've got another full day. Commissioner Steele will be right back. Commissioner Peters is on her way, and Commissioner Eggers will be participating via Zoom, so we can connect him whenever we're ready with that. Otherwise, Mr. Administrator, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, we have a full day. We have 8 different constitutional and departments before us today, and going through their budget and what their needs are. We'll start out with Chris kind of covering the Article 5 information. It's information only, and then we'll move per the agenda down with the different operating entities. So, Chris?
So good morning, Commissioners. I'm Chris Rose. I'm with the Office of Management and Budget. Thank you for having us back for another day of budget information session meetings. And as the Administrator said, the first item is informational only. It's in your packet. It's Article 5. We're not going to go over it. It's just there for you to look at when you're ready. I also want to orient you that this week is going to be a little different than last week in that we have had both a budget analyst and a department in each of the other meetings. Some departments, some appointing authorities, some entities will be presenting on their own without the budget analysts this week, starting today, numbers 2, 3, and 4.
We change that around. If it's a constitutional officer, then they can speak, on their own. They'll open that up rather than the budget analyst kicking that off. So just a little bit different format, out of respect for the constitutional officer.
Absolutely. So with that, we're going to jump to number 2, which is our state attorney.
Chris, hang on one second. Commissioner Long has a question.
Yeah, just because it was so long ago and I was in a different capacity at the time this happened when they revised Article 5, the impact of the court-related programs to our general fund, that's a negative 36 million, right?
Well, it is an expenditure of $36.4 million.
Right,
Yes.
that we used to get, but now we're not.
Well, we get it. It's what we pay. So it is out of our
Same.
budget. Yes, ma'am.
So with any of the court-related functions, there's certain constitutional things that we are required to provide for space and things like that. But you also see a number of programs where they're discretionary at the commission. It's a request. There's a need that hasn't been funded in another way, and so some of those are also discretionary. So Article 5 outlines the statutory piece on what our obligations are, but not everything falls under Article 5. So is that clear as mud?
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you.
Through the chair. So we're going to start off with number 2, which is our state attorney, Bruce Bartlett. And I believe, he's going to be joined by Adam Ross. And the floor is his whenever he's ready.
Good morning.
Presentation that we have is basically showing a budget.
Chris is going to turn on your microphone there.
Sorry. $535,000, and it's roughly down from $562,000 last year. So we've had a decrease of $27,000 roughly, and we're still, everything is going to the technology, a lot of the computer replacements, cell phone replacements for the investigators to be able to get them to the first responder call plans and also utilize the sheriff's apps and whatnot for that. And other than that, it's stack fees renewal, bombs fees renewal, a lot of the standard renew ones. So, any questions?
Commissioner Flowers.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Way to go for being first. Are you also finding it difficult to hire attorneys, much like our public defender's office?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Do you mind sharing if you know how many attorneys you may be down or?
Figure-wise, we've got some coming in now, so they're law school graduates. I would say we're probably down still anywhere from 5 to 10% with those people coming in, assuming we don't have, what happens is that we hire in August primarily. So you end up in a situation where once they reach a 3-year cycle, which is a commitment we ask of them, the new group comes in, and now the 3-year people who are eligible to get snatched by the outside world go out the door. So it's kind of like you're trading your experienced people for, getting the kindergartners in and starting all over again, so.
Okay.
And the support staff, too, don't forget them.
Yeah,
That's-
and I guess when I'm saying it, I mean total, because,
Yeah.
and I've had this conversation with her a couple of times, we've talked about some creative ways of maybe trying to attract and retain, but I do understand that, it's hard for us to compete lucratively when you go outside private,
Right.
and, the
And the problem
cases you
is they're offering money that is like, we can't even think about it in our budgets of getting close to some of that stuff, so.
Right.
They gave us some money to pass out from Tallahassee this year, so that's coming
That
out
helped a
effective
little?
July 1, which will help a little bit to retain people.
Okay, and my last question, and I asked the same of the Public Defender's Office. Are you seeing where you're having concerns with, carrying cases forward or anything of that nature as a result of maybe being down attorneys to handle the caseloads that you have?
Absolutely. The backlog that existed from that time period, roughly 18 months, where the court system was highly stagnated because of the inability to have jury trials in person. So everything was done remotely, and as a consequence, the only cases we could really move through were cases that we worked out and were basically changes of plea and move forward. And we're pretty aggressive about trying to make that happen, some of these cases. Normally, you would not have maybe perhaps offered a particular disposition that we did under this COVID circumstances, just to try to keep the backlog from getting real bad. But now we're suffering the consequences. We're doing trials, and we're full swing.
Okay,
So it's getting better.
all right. Thank you very much. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you for being here this morning, and I know it's a little early, at least for some of us. I'm curious if you've had, what your thoughts are with regard to increases for your staff this year.
I'm sorry?
Are you giving your employees raises?
Yes, the state gave a cost of living of 5.38% effective July 1. So we will have that. And then in addition, all licensed attorneys who are employed as of June 30th will be eligible for an additional $5,000 increase.
Is that a one-time, like a bonus thing, or is it included in their salary as a real raise?
It'll be an increase, yes, and it will stay with them. So it's a reoccurring dollars.
So that should help a little bit, don't you think?
Yes, ma'am, but the problem again is that the outside firms are coming in and they're offering, $100,000 plus. So that's not even in our playground. We can't get there with that for people that are new. Can't get close, or,
Yeah.
partially experienced.
I know it's a problem with everyone.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Kind of wonder where a lot of these people went that were here before COVID and now they've just disappeared, not working or doing anything.
Further questions? Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here this
Thank you all.
morning.
Take care.
Thank you.
Mr. Rose.
So next up, we have our Chief Judge, Rondolino, and
Just me.
the floor is his. Very good.
I do have some backup in case I'm unable to effectively respond, and thank you very much. Good morning, Commissioners. We have such a great historic relationship with the commission over the years. I think I started working in Public Defender's Office in 1974, and then with the courts in 1990. And my observation and seeing courts elsewhere and commissions elsewhere is that there's just been a tremendous relationship between the courts and the county and Pinellas. And so I thank you very much. This has been ongoing. Commissioner Long had a question earlier relating to Article 5, and years ago, the responsibilities that had been placed upon the county were considerably greater, and then there were some revisions to Article 5, and our Chief Judge here, Susan Schaefer, was on the Constitutional Revision Commission from the courts, and there was a shift of considerable responsibilities from the county to the state. Many of the things that the county had been responsible for, the state did take over. But there remain much fiscal responsibility left with the county. And there's been some technological changes, of course, that have impacted not only the court system, but every one of the operations of our county has been impacted by it, and frankly, become much, much more expensive. If I look at it a decade and a half ago, perhaps, before we had all these electronic filings and web pages and an entire department of computer technology folks, the telephones were what was considered to be technology. The county only had to pay for some Selectric typewriters for us and some telephones. We didn't even have fancy telecommunication equipment where you could do phone conferencing. So there have been changes to improve the services that the supervisor of elections, the property appraiser, all of us have entered into. And as an example from the clerk's office, it used to be, well, a lawyer would file a piece of paper, either hand deliver it to the clerk's office or mail it in, and a minimum wage person would stamp it, put it in a file, and that was pretty much the end of it. If they wanted to see the file, somebody had to come down and get it. Well, now, because of electronic filing, it's very convenient, like checking the property records or checking the records on elections, but extremely convenient. But all this is at a huge expense. The building right across the street here, when I started, was a jail. The entire building was full of prisoners. Used to go over there frequently as a lawyer and visit. It's now full of technology people. Millions and millions of dollars so that we can have all of these modern conveniences and we can keep up with the expectation of the people that we serve. So times have changed. But one thing that hasn't changed, and I'm going to get straight to the point here, if you look at the requests that the court has made over the years that you so thankfully have assisted us with at these budget meetings, and I think this is the 7th one that I've attended, the court has been extremely conservative. We are a conservative branch. We're staffed with conservative people, and we have really held the line and attempted to hold the line. The present request really was, we met the revised target that the county had, and the increase is essentially about 3.5%, and predominantly that is occasioned by the fact that we do have a number of employees that are county employees that are working to fulfill the statutory obligations and other things that the county is providing, and they're getting raises along with some of the other county employees elsewhere. So that, raises our budget. But bottom line, thank you very much for your continued support. We're holding the line. We're basically, I wouldn't say neutral, but we're really sticking to a very conservative, non-increasing budget. So if anybody has any questions.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Long.
Why did I know that was going to happen?
I don't know, and I apologize, I just am innately curious. So what does that mean for us when you say you're holding the line?
That means that we are not, there is one budget decision package here that has already been addressed by you all. It was a $28,000 item. So in terms of, we're not engaging in some novel new practices that are increasing expenses, even though we've gone through this period, as our state attorney indicated, where we've had great difficulty in our normal operations, and that's created some backlogs. There are not requests for increases associated with that encumber new expenses for the county. Just generally, the programs and statutory responsibilities are of a continuing nature. obviously some of the things that we do here that you all have made decisions on, some specialty courts, teen court, a number of support programs that you have engaged in for many, many years. The decisions on those were made because it was determined that engaging in those kind of special programs as over and above the statutory responsibilities really served a need for our community. Very much like with the sheriff. And I have to put in a good word for the sheriff because I think he's done a wonderful job. He's got a separate budget I know you'll be dealing with, but an example of this is the ROR program. We have a county in our circuit where we don't have that kind of a program. And what does that mean? Their people are sitting in jail, and our people here in Pinellas County who perhaps deserve to be released are being released. And I got a report from the sheriff that at my request reflecting the millions of dollars that we're saving because we're shifting those people out of the jail and out of court hearings and court time into that program. So I only bring that up because there are programs that you all are supporting beyond the statutory requirements that you've wisely, in my view, elected to support because they're economically beneficial and socially beneficial to our community. So that's the kind of short story of we are holding the line. On the other end, I thought you were going to ask about the building. The county has, thankfully, because of Penny for Pinellas, extended funds, and we've been in some construction period, both in St. Petersburg on the remodeling and out at CJC. It's coming to an end. Very successful, in my view, projects, although we've had some bumps along the way in St. Petersburg a little bit.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for your support from that aspect, because I know the penny doesn't necessarily have to go to court projects, but once again, if we look at the difference in this county and the other county in my circuit, that's like night and day.
So are the folks happy now that that you're almost done, especially in St. Pete?
I would say folks are quite happy.
Good. Very nice to hear.
Mr. Burton, did you have something?
I just wanted to add, Commissioners, if you recall back, so for the courts and our constitutional officers, we do provide for a budget target. So they're provided for an inflationary cost. We back out one-time things, we back out non-recurring type items, and then give a target for them. That only occurs, if you recall, I eliminated it for all the appointing authorities except for the constitutional officers and for the courts. Because they are statutorily separate and have their own needs. And then for the others, so that's the reason you won't see that in the other appointing authorities and departments, is they have to build and request increases based upon, tax. That's the reason you say we basically held the line. They held the line because they were within their target, which is reasonable.
$175,000
Yeah.
increase on a $5.1 million budget.
Yeah, it's very, very reasonable. The only difference is it's an assisted outpatient treatment general magistrate. That was a grant-funded position, and that grant has come to an end. It's $28,000. And so that's the only decision package that they have, and you'll see that in what I provide the recommended budget next month.
Okay. Commissioner Peters had a question.
I do, thanks. Last year, you came to us very proudly to tell me that you're doing mental health court. And so I was wondering if you can give me an update on that. And then in addition to that, my question is, if it's operational yet, which I'm not sure. It's not, okay. Are we looking at because we have Veterans Court, we have Drug Court, we have Mental Health Court, and to me, those are all they kind of all come together at the same juncture. And so I just want to make sure that as we do these individual courts, that we're not siloing and that it's kind of coordinated. So if you could just give us an update on all that, it'd be great.
Okay, that's a multi-part question. So the first part of the question is it operating? Because it is totally grant-funded at this stage, we're kind of at the mercy of the progress of the grant. And this is just not a single-piece entity. the beginning of this, it's very important to create a foundation which is inclusive of all of the players. And so we have in establishing meeting the grant criteria and establishing the ground rules for our innovative specialty court, mental health court, we have been having many, many meetings involving folks from the social service world, from, you name the players. We have Zoom meetings every Friday, and we're going through it. We are getting to the point where I'm anticipating prior to the end of the year, we'll begin actually having hearings in the mental health court. So then moving to the kind of the silo question. I happen to have been appointed by the Chief Justice to our advisory group for the judiciary on specialty courts. They're problem-solving courts is what we call it. And as you mentioned, we have all, for years, done this with drug court very successfully. And we've done it with Veterans Court, targeting the specific needs of specific populations. And there are mental health courts that we're using as examples elsewhere, Miami-Dade, for example, but of course, we cannot really compare almost anything we do to Miami-Dade, primarily because of the funding differences, and the needs are completely different down there. But mental health court, I will tell you, at the last meeting, one of the things that was noted by one of the experts we've enlisted is that the primary focus of the mental health court needs to exclude dual diagnosis folks, that is, people who have drug and alcohol problems, to the extent that those problems equal or exceed the mental health component. In other words, the mental health court needs to focus on mental health as the primary problem, because we're going to have different providers there. Now, admittedly, I'm going to say, other than our civil division and our probate division, but even probate, all of our divisions deal with folks who have some kind of mental health and perhaps even substance abuse problem. You know, in the criminal justice system, it's just rampant. Many of the sociological issues that end up causing criminal behavior are related to the drug problem and the mental health problem. But although these specialty courts, the pretty well-funded drug court and veterans court, thanks to the legislature in great part, they're similar, and they're working together to a certain extent. But the mental health court we're going to try and keep that standalone so that they're not bleeding over into each other. And we're finding our way. I don't know where it's going to end up. And quite frankly, I'm going to give you an old school view, even though I'm on the Supreme Court committee. These are not really courts. I mean, a court is supposed to call balls and strikes, have people come in, make a decision in a legal setting, and then go out the door for what happens after the judge makes the decision. And the best example I can give you is, and I don't want to take the whole morning, but in the criminal context, we have folks come in, we make a decision about guilt or innocence, we have a sentence, perhaps, and then they go to the probation department, which is the executive branch. I don't have them say, well, come back, we'll have my judicial assistant check on you to make sure you've got a job. Or something like that. They go to prison, they go to community control. These are all executive functions. But candidly, because the executive branch did not carry out some of the things in mental health, for example, where was the executive branch taking care of the mental health community? They weren't. So here we are. Where was the drug problem being properly addressed in the Department of Corrections? And we get the revolving door with people coming back. So the court has kind of stepped in and filled that gap. Unfortunately, these are expensive because we're talking not only about making a decision, but we're talking about fostering continuing treatment and follow-up and more hearings. And so, long story short, we're trying to get the mental health court off the ground. We're trying to keep it separate, and we'll see where it goes. Judge Federico is targeted to be the judge to start that, and the grant is kind of small, 25% of a FTE, really.
Thank you so much for that update, and it's complex, and you just helped explain how complex it is, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Long.
I was just curious, this was for a question. I'm sorry, Judge Rondolino, my question was really for Barry,
That's fine.
and it had to do with,
I appreciate that.
I'm sorry. I do not need This is going to be quick. I was just curious because I couldn't remember. Down here, it says optional county funded without defined revenue streams totals 2.5 million. Can you just give us an example of what that might be? I don't know if that's yours or Barry or Chris's. Where are you seeing that? On the court support FY22 budget down at the bottom,
What page?
5. Yeah.
So these are positions, some are things that we have funded, and others are funded by the state, correct?
Okay. Hi, Jim.
Jim will come up and correct me if I spoke, but I believe that's correct.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Jim Abernathy, Office of Management and Budget. Are you referring to the Article 5 presentation?
So these are the,
She's on the previous presentation, the very first one.
the original presentation, so I thought you were on the table.
Yeah, so those would be, I think the drug court falls under that. There are things that the county is doing that doesn't have like the $65 fee that is dedicated to some of the court support items. So there are programs that were adopted over the years that the commission has decided to keep funding each year, even though court fees are not paying for them directly, so that they would be funded out of other general revenue sources.
Microphone.
Sorry. I was curious as it related to Commissioner Peters' questions about the mental health court. Would that fall under this category as well? Do you know?
It would if there was funding from the county, but at the present time, we're doing a grant-funded program.
Okay.
I'm being, once again, being very candid, that's typically what can happen, is we start these programs under a grant, and then the grant expires, and we're looking around to the legislature or to you all to say, should we keep this program? To your point, teen court is one of those, juvenile behavioral evaluation. So I'm hoping that we can get funding in the future for a mental health court, but we may be coming back to you all at some time beyond my tenure.
Right. Well, thank you. That answers my question.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Judge Rondolino, for being here this morning. I am not attempting to override the expert person that you spoke with, but having worked and still working in the arena of human services that include mental health and substance abuse, persons are diagnosed across what they call an empirical spectrum that is inclusive of co-occurring disorders. If someone started using drugs age 10, 11, or 12, stunts their growth development, their neuroreceptors aren't working correctly, so they adapt mental health issues as a result of the substance abuse. And there are some who are mentally ill that later progress into some substance abuse issues. So it does give me a little pause for someone to now go back to what occurred prior to the 1980s to say, we want to break this out again, because that's what was going on before 1980. Everything was being dealt with separately.
I'm not saying this is not a problem. It's kind of like, you ever see the MASH program on TV?
Oh, I love MASH.
Well, there are people that have injuries, we're not going to be able to treat them because we got to take care of this
They
person.
triage
It's sort of
them,
a
yeah.
triage. And when you have the kind of extremely limited resources and placement provisions, we're looking at trying to, limit the numbers. Probably the mental health folks who have the co-occurring drug problems will be ending up in drug court. To the extent that we've got some open seats over here in the mental health component, I can see them crossing over. But it's really a matter of funding and
Okay,
just
I'm sorry if
limited-
I misunderstood what you were saying, because
No.
when you were talking, I was like, ooh, that's kind of
No,
concerning to me because.
you cannot draw a line between these behaviors because they blend.
Exactly.
And they can change. Somebody can have a really major component that's drugs, and that can shift and become their major component is,
Exactly.
aberrant mental health problem.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me, because I was just like, whoa, we may be creating an additional problem. The other thing is, and this is not on Judge Rondolino, but I was a charter member of the JDI committee that was formed here, which really worked with a new program to address prevention for teens that had issues or entered into the juvenile justice system versus them getting arrested and then they get the services and help. The state decided that from the Department of Juvenile Justice, I received the email as well as others, that they were no longer going to carry on with that program in the format in which it was. It was kind of very abrupt. So I'm not sure what may be done or what will be done to try to capture some of those individuals that were doing quite well going through that program. Our local judges that work with our juveniles had embraced the program. The sheriff, Chief Holloway, DJJ, all of us were around the table meeting once a month or every other month. But this is nothing on Judge Rondolino. I'm just saying that it may have some effect, if you will, on some of the services for juvenile courts. Because rather than prevention, now you just have, we still have teen court and all that other stuff, but just may see some other
And Commissioners,
other issues as a result of that.
it's really a collaboration in the social service area, human services, and all the different providers work really collaboratively with courts, with public defenders, state's attorney, et cetera, and stuff. Laura just sent me a text reminding me that it's actually the mental health grant that flows through human services. So it's $250,000. It's a 2-year reoccurring grant. So it's going to be a constant evaluation, because what happens if they don't renew? And so those are the types of things that we're just going to have to continually watch and work collaboratively on as we go forward.
Would they potentially be eligible for the additional grant dollars that have become available out of Tallahassee, that we may be applying for something through?
I don't know what grant you're talking about. They're pretty good at going after every grant they can find.
I think she's talking about the Legislative Budget
The
Commission.
Legislative Budget Commission that just kind of,
The veto pot.
The 175
Yeah.
million, I think everybody and their brother's going after that
yeah,
money.
but I just,
And
was
I'm
thinking
not
as
sure what
another-
the criteria is, but certainly we're going to be looking at it and what things fit within those types of pots of money.
yeah. But I do understand and that potentially, depending on how well functioning the program is, that we would be asked to continue on, because you would hate to stop a program for where the services are really being received well and we're seeing some positive outcomes from that service provision. So, thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Commissioner Peters.
Yeah, and so I'm going to piggyback on that. And so, first I'm going to give a little advertisement. I'm hoping that our CAM program will alleviate as many people coming into your system, right? It's really designed to kind of get people in the healthcare system and out of the criminal justice system, at least the beginning part of it. And I'm praying that that's where we're going to go one day, because it certainly doesn't belong in your system. But as time has gone by, we have come to realize that these silos of drug addiction and the silos of mental illness, and I know we call it mental health, but I'm really kind of talking about mental illness, we realize that the co-occurring is so prevalent that we've now shifted and we're calling it behavioral health. And so I guess my question is, instead of taking resources for a mental health court and resources for a drug court, that why would it be not one court that's a behavioral health court that way addresses the co-occurring that happens with probably 80% of the people that suffer from mental illness, that it's just one combined resource, one court, and then all the resources are put into one. And I get maybe funding only goes to mental illness and maybe funding only goes to substance abuse. But to me, siloing it, I think may not serve as effectively as if it was a behavioral health court, which was inclusive of both. And I don't know if that's a possibility. I don't know if it's, but you know, that's how we've gone in the community. It's gone to behavioral health. We're not talking about addiction. We're not talking about mental illness. We're talking about all of it all at once as one diagnosis per se. And so maybe, you know, and maybe that's a way to combine resources to make sure you have a truly effective system all the way around without siloing it. And I just don't know if that's a possibility. I don't know if you've thought about it. But that's just kind of my thought, and I don't know if you have comments on that.
Just very briefly, the kind of historical growth of the problem-solving courts is such that they've been created out of whole cloth in the judicial system, as I pointed out, because it's really not a judicial function, but it's created by the court because becoming quite tiresome of just having a revolving door and not solving the problem. And so I don't want to cast aspersions elsewhere. The court saw a need, and the court has created. Now, I'm not talking about our court. I'm talking widespread. So we get some grants. We get some little things happening somewhere because somebody figured out how to work collaboratively in some area. And then we're in the political process. We're coming in front of cities, counties, the legislature, and you've been there. How does this stuff get sold? It gets sold because it's veterans. You know, okay, so now it's successful and it comes, here's the money for the veterans. Well, Billy has a serious problem. He was never a veteran and he can't get the mental health treatment that he needs. He can't get the alcohol treatment. He can't get it because he can't get into this specialty court because the funding is in this silo.
Right.
We have mental health. Okay, we've got, that hasn't really been fully recognized by the legislature the way a veterans court has. And before veterans court, what did we have? Drug court, because we had a drug epidemic, the pandemic, drug pandemic before the COVID pandemic. So legislature bought into that, gave the courts funding to create this special. So we have these silos. I didn't create them. The court system did. So we're just trying to deal with, you know, the pieces as they come to us. And I'm on board with what both of you are observing because you have keen interests in this important sociological aspect of human behavior that, frankly, because of COVID, we're seeing more and more mental health and drug problems, suicides, overdoses, et cetera. I think at some point, in a larger sense, those in control of the purse strings will recognize we need a very comprehensive way to address this. And we need to eliminate the silos and have somebody come in and be completely evaluated based upon their unique characteristics. But I'm just dealing with, you know, what I'm given.
I guess my question was, is there a way to, for you, now, and I understand Miami-Dade, I'm very familiar with what they've done there. I know Steve's a good friend of mine. And I get they got the food and beverage tax, so they are bountifully rich. So I understand all that. But is there a way that Pinellas County courts can say, look, we're going to combine these silos of resources into one and make that one comprehensive? Instead of the silos of, because the veterans, I'm sure you're dealing with the exact same thing. And so, and it's trauma, right? And so is there any way that there's a way to combine those and combine those resources and then take the silos away? And because the funding is still going to go into that behavioral health, it's still going to fit. And so how do we break down those walls? Because, you know, you're wasting a lot of resources on administrative stuff for each little individual one that if it was combined and not siloed, you could be so much more effective with more resources. And maybe it's just, I get it, I understand exactly what you're saying. The question is, can we step out and be the leader and get rid of those silos and combine them and say, you know, be the model? And I don't know if we can, and that's the only reason I brought it up. And I just love that you're going here in mental health court. I love everything that you're doing. I'm not criticizing at all. I think you've done an outstanding job. I think the state attorney, the public defender, and the sheriff have been great partners to make sure that this is a great system, the best we can be. And the question is there a way to take all those resources and combine them in and kind of break away from those silos that the legislature has created? And I don't know if we can, and it's something to think about, and you don't even have to answer that, it's just something to think about.
Oh, I think you answered the question in the question, and that is because you know what's going on apparently from talking to a tremendous resource in Miami. The judge there is a county judge, as a matter of
I know.
fact. So totally devoted to this. But it's just a matter of the control that you can have because you're in charge of dollars. I'm not in charge of the dollars that are coming into Veterans Court or coming into drug court. And right now, I'm, you know, trying to create a federal grant money
Got it.
specialty court that I've got to, you know, there's all sorts of little things we've got to make sure we do so that we get the money.
I got it.
Maybe in the
thank you.
future.
Thank you, I
but,
appreciate that,
just
I do.
without boring everybody and
Yeah.
getting on too many tangents. Every single one of our, look at the family division and the domestic violence
Yeah,
and the co-occurring disorders that are causing problems there. So it's
So
our
I'm gonna
community's
throw-
full of these problems. And
Yeah.
if you all want to take that on as a project to solve some of these mental health and drug problems,
well, can I throw one more at you? So when I was in the legislature, I made it so that county judges could mandate treatment. And what I found is when we pass laws, we never educate the industries to let them know. So when you have a county judge who has somebody who has been arrested for urinating in public and they're in the revolving door, the county judges at the time didn't have the authority to mandate treatment. Now they have the authority to mandate treatment. The question is, are we doing that at our county level?
but there's only two, the judges know that they can mandate treatment. There are two, if only two, impediments to that. One is that there's an available slot, bed, what have you, in the treatment program. And the other one is, you know, we're just people wearing black robes. You
Yeah,
know,
I
I can
know.
tell somebody, you got to do something, and, you know, they can thumb their nose at me. And so what is my choice?
Okay,
To put them in jail. Well, there you go. That's it. If they don't, I can't make them do it. So if they're willing and there's a program, you bet.
great, thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Hate
We
to run
appreciate your
off so
time.
quickly.
We appreciate, also Commissioner Eggers appreciates you making TV references for shows that went off the air in the 80s, so we appreciate that as well.
All right.
I know. I just, any chance to make a joke at Commissioner Eggers' expense, I can't resist. All right, next up, Chris, what do we got?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So our public defender, Sarah Molo.
Good morning.
Good morning. Before I go ahead of myself, I kept creeping to the edge of my seat on that conversation about behavioral health, and so you can imagine I have a lot to say about that. But the first thing I want to do is thank you all for the opportunity to address you. It's my privilege to do that. This is my second opportunity to do that. There are some people in the room that I just simply have to acknowledge. Mr. Abernathy is one of those people. He has spent a lot of time with my office, and in particularly, I would like to introduce my new budget director, that's Robert Capriani. He's present, and Carrie Shorey is also present. She's our IT director. So he's spent a lot of time helping them understand the budget process, helping me understand the budget process. I'm an attorney by trade, so when we start talking numbers, I go a little bit cross-eyed. I think that may have been part of the reason I went to law school. So I just wanted to introduce those important people, and I'm anxious to get on to the conversation about behavioral health and our budget. Mr. Abernathy has prepared a great outline of our budget. There are 9 decision packages, and initially you look at them and you see most of them are IT, but there is a link between IT and behavioral health. One of the things that I'm very proud of, and it's in partnership with the court systems and with the state attorney's office, is the new stack system that we have going in as a case management. And so I want to share a story with you about why that's important and how that actually does tie into behavioral health. I know there's a lot of IT things that come up and people start to wonder, is this just the next new gadget? So when I took over the behavioral health department in the public defender's office and was doing a Baker Act rotation, I visited the Tampa public defender's office because I'm all about stealing good ideas. And when I went over there, in their department, I met a person by the name of Ashley Rora, who is now the division director for our mental health advocacy and treatment program. She couldn't be here today because unfortunately COVID continues to try to challenge me and is an important part of the presentation. Unfortunately, she's watching, so hi Ashley, I hope I got this. And when I went over there, what I did is we pulled up a client, and every psych report on that client that had ever been through that office was available and readable and available to give to the next treating physician. That is incredibly important. I am an attorney. I am not a therapist or a psychiatrist or a psychologist, but I can tell you with over 2 decades of experience in treating people with mental illness or being involved with them, what is primary and important is understanding that history. Most diagnoses are based on history. And so that STACK program causes us to have many things. One of the things that I'm highlighting is that ability then to have those psych reports that go back on that client for 10 to 20 years, which results in a better diagnosis, which results in better treatment and helps us identify things. So the first of the decision packets have to do with STACK, crystal reports, digital evidence, has to do with a software onboarding desk, so when there's help tickets that can be managed better, a virtual meeting room. As we can see, this is becoming commonplace now, and we need to be updated on that, particularly when we're doing depositions. We can be cost effective by doing that, and the Power document management system. Those are the things that really come under that Article 5 that Mr. Burton was talking about. So there's some things that the county is obligated to provide, and there's some things that are discretionary. So although those things are by obligation, they are very important, and they are very effective in what we're trying to use them for. The second part of it, and this is my heart, is the mental health component of it. And so when we're talking about silos, I don't believe in silos. Silos don't work. I've been in this business. I became the Baker Act attorney in 2009, and that's when my mental health passion really ignited, and understanding what the treatment was and how to help solve the solution, solve the problem instead of just keep kicking the can down the road. And so one of the things that is different in those courts and in specialty courts, and I think Judge Leifman could talk a lot about this since he does run the mental health court. So we are similarly situated to Miami and Tampa. Both of those jurisdictions have mental health courts and have for a while. Ashley Rora, who is the head of my department in mitigation advocacy and treatment, our MAT department, started and participated in the building of that mental health court in Tampa, so she's very versed with it. We are very blessed to have the panel of people that we have on this mental health court. And so I think things should be funded at federal, state, and local levels. There's different treatment models depending on what the primary diagnosis is. People are complex. There is no, this is this, and so it goes here, right? So it isn't like a criminal statute where you say, okay, you committed this offense, you have this many points on your score sheet, and this is what the range should be. It takes development, and that's why those psych reports become important, to see what's happening with people, what their triggers are, where they've been, and to do those diagnoses. And so one of the asks I have in my budget is pretty aggressive when you're a new public defender. I haven't been in office long, but we got the funding for the mental health court. And when I say we, it wasn't me. We can thank our state attorney, who was very involved in that. We can thank our chief judge, who was incredibly involved in that, court admin, and a host of other people that I'm probably going to be in real trouble for not naming. Michelle Archibald was one of the people that is instrumental in it. I'm forgetting a lot of people, I'm sure, but it's federal dollars. So in my legislative budget request to the state, I asked for money from the state. I didn't get that money from the state. And so now I'm before you asking for that money. And so one of the things is, I think Commissioner Peters said that we have a chance to be the leader. Pinellas County is a leader in this. I want you to understand that. So, and I didn't create that foundation. That foundation was laid prior to me being the public defender, but I was a beneficiary of it as an assistant public defender. Oh, is that my time? And so what I want you to understand is that what I'm asking for and what Pinellas County has done brilliantly is not to earmark and confine the therapist and the case managers of how those dollars have to be spent exactly, because it's dependent on that person. It's dependent on their needs. And so some people need work boots. Some people need residential treatment. Some people need groceries. Some people need help with electric. So there's a myriad of things that you have to wrap your hands around. And I think Pinellas County is really going to that. I think that was part of that KMD study where we're trying to get more centralized system, but we're not there yet. So what the commissioners have allowed the public defender's office to do, and trust me, I have no interest in this business, but as my predecessor had said, nobody else was doing it. So we're put in the position of doing it. And I think Judge Rondolino would agree with that. We're not interested in, it's not even, as he makes the difference of what a court is traditionally, but we're here and someone has to do it. And so what I'm asking for in the decision packet is it's $249,910, $250,000 to the public defender's office, so that when we have a person in mental health court, and there's a different treatment model, and I'm happy to share those treatment models with anybody who's interested in what you do if the primary diagnosis is substance abuse and what you do if the primary diagnosis is mental health. And sometimes you have to pull those things out, and sometimes they ebb and flow. It just isn't clean. But what that money allows then is when Mr. Bartlett, our state attorney, says, okay, we have this person, they run a diagnostic on them, they come up with a treatment plan. It doesn't meet that criteria that we're bound by in that grant, that there's a little pocket change, right? And it is a very small ask. I'm asking, what we did is we said, hey, look, if we had 15 people and they went to residential treatment, what's the approximate cost of it? The target for mental health court is 40 people. And so what we're looking at is just a small little piece. I didn't want to be too aggressive and ask for support for all 40 of them. But then I can come back next year and, it's like little bites, but you have to prove yourself too, and you have to show that it's effective too, to be good stewards and be very conservative. I watched Judge Rondolino on the J calendar for many years, and he asked a litany of questions anytime money's being spent, as did Barry, as did Jim, with the dollars from the commission. So I think those dollars would be very well spent, and I think that it does help support that mental health court. We want to get it started and we want to do it right. And we don't want to be at the mercy of that grant. We want to treat the person, not the program. And then there's a couple of other things that are contained, and those are discretionary too. The sheriff and I had been talking. We had some funding from the sheriff's office, and I was, initially going through all the funding. So what is this for? What is this for? What is this for? Went and talked to him, and he said, well, I get that money from the county and then I give it to you. And I said, well, why don't we just have the county give it to me and then we can be clear about it. And so he acquiesced to that. I mean, certainly with your meeting with him later, if he says, no, I want to keep that money.
Let me
that's
clarify.
Yeah.
Let me clarify. His contention is it was never in his budget, okay, but he has been funding those programs. So we're still working that out, and we'll resolve that as part of the overall budget recommendation, so.
Thank you for that clarification. That was done prior to me being in. It just, when you're going through and trying to figure out, okay, where are these dollars going? How is it being spent? Is it being spent the most effective way? Are we getting the most bang for our buck? That was one of the things came up, was it was coming from the sheriff's office. And those are the other two in that decision packet, is really those three positions.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you. So maybe this is something different, I'm not sure, but when your predecessor was here and in my other life working at Gulf Coast, he would fund 2 to 3 residential beds for treatment. And because at that time, Gulf Coast, and they still have, we had a residential mental health facility up in, unfortunately, it was right on the Pasco, Pinellas County line on Darlington. And then we had a substance abuse facility. They were both 16-bed facilities on either side. Is that something that that was coming out of the sheriff's budget to be funded, or was that something that came out of your budget and
I
you
don't
don't know?
believe so. In the review of it, from what I'm able to ascertain, that would not have come out of, and I wasn't involved in the
Right.
finance at that time. I was more of a Baker Act attorney at that time. But my understanding in looking at old files is that that money was what the county had given the public defender's office to use as they deemed appropriate. And that's what I mean when we say the Pinellas County is the leader in hitting it out of the park. What the county allowed the public defender's office to do is not be constrained because, I've worked with a lot of programs, AOT, the Assisted Outpatient Treatment Program, which has that judicial robe and does treatment for people outside those misdemeanors and the Baker Acts that don't quite qualify. But there are criteria on those things that then you see someone in desperate need and they don't have a blue shirt on and, gray tennis shoes, and so it doesn't meet the grant, and so then you're stuck.
Right.
And so this is that little bit of money as we get started with the mental health court and with the jail diversion that we use. Gene Goodwin had worked out at Safe Harbor for years. And we also have another gentleman that I worked with back when I was a Baker Act attorney. We would go down to St. Vincent de Paul's and we'd run warrants on people. And so he travels around. He's been with us forever. And so he's very integrated into the community. People feel safe with him. He knows who people are and has a good historical information about them as well.
Okay.
But he assists with that, yes.
Okay, so Barry, just to clarify, so the sheriff was funding the program out of whatever dollars he had
Right.
available, or he just found money within his budget to cover those costs?
That's a contention, is that he found money because there was a need and they came to him many years ago. And so he continued to fund that. And so we're trying to resolve, it makes sense not to have a pass-through. The question is do I reduce the amount of the sheriff's appropriation to cover that
Yeah.
shift or not? And that's kind of a ongoing negotiation. So
That's-
you'll see that in my budget recommendation.
That's what I was
on
trying to
the
get at,
19th.
was it,
Oh,
would
yeah.
that mean a decrease in
Yeah.
whatever dollar amount from him in order to, okay.
And I don't care who you
that-
give the money to,
that's-
as long as
that's
we
part-
keep
Oh,
the
listen, you don't
position.
care where it
But
come
yeah,
from,
let's
you
be
just
clear,
want it.
I don't care where the money
That's part of the ongoing discussion.
comes
And,
from.
and in terms of this request, we're looking at the grants, and I've asked Lourdes to look at this and to try to resolve what's the need, what are the grant limitations. We have, a number of grants that are run through Human Services that impact the courts and the court associated programs. And so I want to just make sure we have an integrated approach in looking at that. So we're going to consider that. I need to have a follow-up meeting with Sarah prior to making a recommendation next month on this program and the rest of it, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You said, I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Gerard.
Well, it looks like we still have $1 million in the jail diversion program. If you look on page 2.
Correct. And those positions that we're talking about, the transfer, have been, at least since 2009, so 14, 15 years, that it's not a new, it's just the way it is funneled.
All right. The funding, you said you requested it from the state legislature.
I did.
Did it make it through the process and was vetoed, or did it not make it through the process?
No, we didn't get very far with it.
Well, money was pretty tight up there this year.
Well, we did, we did win, as Mr. Bartlett, advised. We did get some extra money for the attorneys and for the state employees in general, so that's a good thing. But yeah, we had asked for some additional positions and some funding on that and didn't get very far, but we'll keep trying.
All right. Further questions? We appreciate you being here this
All right.
morning, and
Thank you.
thank you for taking, I know you've met with a lot of the commissioners individually throughout the year, and I appreciate you taking that time as well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jim. Thanks.
All right, item number 5, County Administration, Mr. Rose.
We can just skip that.
So we're going to have Frederica Collins, the budget analyst for county administration, and our county administrator, Barry Burton, tag team this one. Frederica's going to start off. We're going back to the model we've had last week where an analyst presents to begin with, and then the department, in this case, county admin, will do the second half. So Frederica?
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, Commissioners. This morning, we'll be highlighting 2 topics for discussion. So the first is the Sustainability and Resiliency Action Plan. County Administration anticipates delivery of the Sustainability and Resiliency Action Plan by the end of the year. In FY23, the department will shift into the implementation phase, focusing on short-term actions, coordination of services, product development, and data analysis. The budget includes $50,000 to support this implementation. Discussion will continue on this topic later this week during the Board of County Commissioners Budget Information Session. And again, next week, there will be a status update on the action plan and deliverables during the July 28th work session by the Sustainability and Resiliency Coordinator. The second topic for discussion is workforce development, and I'll shift over to Barry to give you some highlights on that.
So Commissioners, as you know, Rodney Marion joined us a couple of years ago now, and, for our 2,500 employees, has really made an impact on working with them, putting in career ladders, resolving issues and grievances and things within the departments that are just a hands-on relationship type of position. And so he's announced to me, though, that he's going to be retiring. And if you didn't know, Rodney had previously worked here in Florida, which is where I hired him out of. And so this allowed him to come back, vest, and he's older than he looks, which makes me mad. But he's going to be retiring next July. I don't want to lose the momentum that we've gained with working with our employees. So I want to add a position this year that will then go away because it'll be designed for that position to become into Rod's position. And that way, we get some work done on backlog of issues that we want to resolve, training, development, and performance, but also then it'll allow for a smooth transition. And so then I'll reduce that FTE in the following year. But I don't have depth within the organization to promote within that group. It's just a small group of a couple people. And so I'm wanting to add a position for that purpose this next year. So I wanted to explain that to you and why it's so important, because somebody coming in new, Rod's spent years developing those relationships, and I don't want to lose the momentum that we've gained through that process. So that's the request this year, is to add that 1 FTE for that purpose.
Okay, so continuing along to the budget summary, the FY23 request includes a net increase of $85,600 or 2.5% in comparison to the FY22 budget. This is due to annual salary increases and the addition of the workforce development position that Barry was just discussing with you. The increase in personal services is moderately offset by a reduction in operating costs. So there are 2 notable reductions. The FY22 budget included $100,000 to address market competitiveness. This effort will now be spearheaded by HR with support from workforce development. In addition, since the Sustainability and Resiliency Action Plan will be complete, that yields a reduction of $60,000, so $50,000 anticipated for the implementation phase. In addition, the FY23 budget supports the continuation of 2 ICMA fellowship program interns as a growth and career development opportunity. So now I'll be shifting back over to Barry, and if you can go to page 3, he'll go over the accomplishments.
We just put a few of the accomplishments in. I think highlighting where things that are funded within our budget. Obviously, the Sustainability and Resiliency Report, the website, and the actions that they're implementing through those different programs. It resides in our office, but obviously it impacts all the departments throughout, county government. the Duke Energy Clean Energy Connection Program that we were part of, the community plans that assistance presented to you on June 2nd for the unincorporated areas. We made a lot of progress on really tying in and doing community development within our unincorporated areas. I think that's another highlight that we can all be very proud of. But I'll tell you, the career ladders and our career programs, and we've already got it in 9 departments, but we're going to complete it through all county departments. One, it was needed, but it's I think saved us in terms of being able to retain employees. And so we want to continue those efforts. It's a lot of work and it's a lot of employees, but there's more to do there. And so this is a conjunction with workforce development, working with departments, and then in turn working with our central HR. It needs to go through them, but there's a lot of work to help the departments get in a position to be able to make requests. And with so many employees, that was just critical over this past year. So I think we can be proud of the efforts that we've made. We certainly have more work to do. And I think Frederica really talked on that. Some of the work plan items for next year is continuing our Sustainability and Resiliency in Action Plan, developing the Palm Harbor activities to create a vibrant downtown, again, career ladders. And, we've talked about this for a number of years, but, we really want to tie in our performance reviews to our compensation, and a pay performance and our merit-based pay system. There's a lot of work to do there. The first thing we have to do is get a consistent evaluation process that we have, and we have training and development for our managers to where it's a collaborative, positive program. And that's the next phase of that. And that's one of the things Rod and his team is working on, that we want to get that in place, and then we can talk about what that means in terms of tying that into compensation and other things. But we first have to have a good evaluation. It's not that you just do an evaluation, it's that the person that's receiving that evaluation sees that in a constructive manner, and that it's positive and it's forward-looking, and establishes goals and objectives. We have that, and there's some departments that are knocking it out of the park and doing a great job with it. There's departments that the employees haven't seen one in 5 years. And so we've got to make this consistent across all of our departments, and that's the training and development that needs to go along with that. And so that's still a work in progress. But we're making headway on it, but we're certainly not there yet. That's it.
Questions? All right. That wasn't too painful.
Oh, surprised. You'll wait to get me
Thank
privately,
you.
I'm sure. All right.
Thank you.
Next up is Human Resources. And Jim will stay there, and our Director, Kimberly Crum, will come up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jim Abernathy, Office of Management and Budget. I'm the budget analyst for HR and the Employee Benefits Fund. HR's FY23 general fund budget request is an increase of $28,650, which is less than 1% to $4.4 million. Personal services remains flat with no change in FTE. The general fund operating expenses increase by almost 11%, which is $28,000. This is mostly due to a significant increase percentage-wise as part of the planned computer replacements. It's just part of the county's computer replacement program, and we'll see spikes in certain years and reductions the following year as fewer computers will need to be replaced. There's also increase it's related to a return to pre-pandemic participation in job fairs. During the pandemic, those were virtually shut down, and so they had to actually turn to virtual job fairs, but they are anticipating to increase their participation in in-person job fairs to attract better employees for county departments. Their FY23 Employee Health Benefits Fund increases by $560,000, which is just under 1%, excluding reserves. This is the fund that, it's an internal fund that all the appointing authorities and everyone who participates in the health benefits pays into, and then it's a centralized place to pay the claims out of, and things like that. The health claims for medical, dental, and mental health increases by $2 million, which is 4% above the FY22 budget. The annual premiums for the Medicaid or Medicare Advantage plan is decreasing by $1.2 million, which is 16.5%. And this is due to, there was a new contract that was bid out that began this past January. So we are experiencing, or we'll see a significant decrease in the actual cost for that plan. Total reserves increased by almost $8 million to $116.1 million, and that is well above the amount required by Florida law. So I'll turn it over to Kimberly to go over our department and what they're doing.
Good morning, Chair Justice and members of the commission. Excuse me, I'm excited to be with you this morning to just highlight a few things that are happening within your Human Resources Department. We are experiencing a major upgrade in our Oracle system, our EBS system, that is the platform for all human resources information systems management. I just want to thank the county administrator, the clerk of the court, and our BTS chief information officer. Together, we've formed a group that is pushing forward and modernizing the information that's available to us and the experience that our employees and our managers have in retrieving information. We have a lot of exciting improvements that are coming about this year and next, and we're very excited to be rolling those out across the county. These changes will positively impact our candidates, our hiring managers, and candidates in the fact that when we're recruiting through virtual means, folks will be able to find our openings even more easily than they do today by a system that helps push them out into the job boards and give us even more visibility, which we do manually today. We are, as Barry mentioned, partnering across the county with each appointing authority on implementing a performance management module within the Oracle system. And we are on track to deliver that for October 1st this year. And we're very excited to work with the appointing authorities to come up with best practices for their evaluations and give them the flexibility to evaluate their employees according to their business needs. Additionally, our learning and development group is on fire. We have a lot of opportunities for our employees today for both in-person and virtual courses. We have implemented Click to Learn, which is an on-demand system that allows people to learn at their own pace. And we're using that more and more and developing it out. We also are updating the supervisory boot camp, which was kind of put on hold during the pandemic. And as we come out of the pandemic, we're doing a complete upgrade and overhaul with the assistance and the support of the appointing authorities. So that's very exciting as well. With regard to benefits, our Benefits Advisory Committee, which is made up of one person from each appointing authority and an alternate. We've divided into subcommittees to get a little bit more traction on some needed items, and that has worked incredibly well. What we're finding is we're making traction in each of those areas and are eager to get in front of the appointing authorities for some final approvals on some new and innovative updates. And then finally, a volunteer software system, which we were able to leverage from nearby Clearwater, which is going to really improve our ability to recruit volunteers and to maintain a system that houses their data so that we're able to report on how many FTE, and we do have a significant number of FTE that are born through the volunteer program that are used across the county. And so those are the highlights of the many activities that are taking place in human resources today.
Questions? All right, well, I had a couple of questions. The employee reference or referral incentive program that's on the decision package. One, I thought there was interesting stats about the retention rate was fascinating.
Yes.
I just wanted to know where you came up with the number 142. That seemed like an odd number versus.
For the dollar figure? What we did was kind of a back of the envelope calculation because we don't know exactly how a financial incentive will work. But we took for $500, if that is the amount, I believe we doubled the amount of referrals that today employees get a day off, right? And so we said if we offer a financial incentive, we believe that will be more, that people will be more interested in referring. And so we doubled the number.
And in a lot of areas, I would much rather, I think the employees would rather have it, and we would rather have it, is to pay a cash incentive versus a day off, because then we have coverage issues. I mean, think about it. I want 911 people referring people because they stay longer, but I can't afford to give more time off because then I have coverage issues. So the cash incentive really works well for everyone's concern, and and it's effective. Her numbers bear that out.
Yeah. I think what you were referring to, Chair Justice, was that when employees, applicants come to us, not as an employee referral, after their first year of employment, they are retained at about a 69% rate. When employees come to us through an employee referral, they are retained at an 89% rate. So there's a significant delta there that we'd like to take advantage of, because our employees know what the job is. They know what's required of them. They know from their friends and family who would be an appropriate choice for work here in the county. And so we'd like to see that happen.
And then Commissioner Seal.
And, I mean, this is a lump sum amount, but how much will you be paying the employee?
Well, we looked at it two different ways, right? We looked at it at either $500 per or $1,000 per.
And what will influence that decision? Which way? Which amount?
It'll be a final decision made, I would assume, through the appointing authorities. Looking to Barry to confirm.
Yeah, I recall having the conversation. I don't recall what we decided on. I think, when now that she says that, I think we have a meeting come up with the appointing authorities. I think that's something we should discuss, and then I'll bring that back to you as part of our budget process here in July. That's a loose end that, frankly, I didn't follow up on because I didn't remember. So I'll do that and bring that back to you.
Oh, my apologies too. Yeah, we've got time to figure that out.
And then I asked Ms. Crum to dig into the biometrics survey that we require or incentivize, require, punish, however you want to look at it, employees to do. And so I asked her to dig in how many employees we have in that system, how many employees participate.
Right.
Is it kind of uniform across all the appointing authorities? How many of them do it through their primary care in June or their normal appointment time, and how many do it at Walgreens on December 31st? Because I've heard every anecdotal thing, and so I just wanted to know, and also then the example of the employees that don't do it for whatever reason, there's a $500 penalty that they have, and so where does that money go? So those were my litany of questions that I sent her ahead of the meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Justice, and I appreciate having the opportunity to look into this ahead of time. We're going to say, of course, that this is a preferred premium incentive, right? We are incentivizing employees to know their numbers. There are 8 characteristics within the blood draw that we're interested in, which is a best practice. Blood pressure, weight and height, which of course gives you a BMI, total cholesterol, good cholesterol and bad cholesterol separate from that, triglycerides, and fasting glucose. And by employees knowing those numbers, they're hopefully able to detect any issues early and begin to work on those, when the treatment is less invasive and it can be corrected before there's any full-blown illness. Of course, that's what we want for our employees, right? We want to prevent absenteeism and presenteeism, which is, an employee who comes to work but isn't really able to work at their full capacity because they don't feel well. And maintain their quality of life, not only at work, but at home as well. And so by doing this up front, we're hoping to, of course, help mitigate the cost of claims because we want to avoid that full-blown illness, but we also want to avoid increases to both employees and the taxpayer in our premium rates. And so that's the premise behind incentivizing for the preferred premium. Now, your first question was how many employees are eligible for the preferred premium, and last year that was 2,553. So anyone who joins us after July 1st, we waive the first year, so that's why the number is somewhat lower than our total population. We had 315 people by the end of last year that did not choose to comply with the preferred premium. So that's 88% of those eligible did accomplish their blood draw by the end of the year. It's important to note, I think there was a question about, is that kind of a normal year? Of course, in 2020, we waived the biometric screenings. So that was a very unusual year. And the year prior, it was very comparable to 2019's numbers. And then your next question was how we budget for that. And that's a great question. We don't actually budget revenue. I'm told that there's a projection if these 315 or so people, were not or ended up paying the $500 each, that'd be about $157,000 by the end of the calendar year. And there's no exact calculation, I guess, for that because it's not budgeted as a separate line item. But it represents less than 0.2% of all budgeted revenue that comes in from our premiums. And so while we don't specifically budget for that source of revenue, it's part of the $11 million or $11.6 million that comes in from premiums.
So if we had 100% participation, we would have to find the $150,000 somewhere else for normal operations.
Jim, is that the healthcare fund?
Yes, and it goes to the overall funds that are available to pay claims and everything else. So it's part of the fund, but as she said, it's 0.2%, and there would be no immediate negative impact to the fund.
So each year, we have a healthcare fund, we have a healthcare reserve, and so we project out claims and what costs are, and so we kind of do a true up each year, so it's always a projection. So that amount's insignificant within the overall scheme of the healthcare fund.
Well, no, and I think 88% is quite frankly better than I expected the numbers to be. So, and we did this years ago with diabetes education, where we invested in a significant amount of money. I don't remember, I want to say in the $400,000 range in education programs for our employees with diabetes, and it brought down the back-end claims 3 or 4 times that. So it makes a lot of sense. And the 88% number is dramatically better than I thought, because the folks I talked to, my last question was about if you're able to tell how many are done through their primary care and how many are done in that December week.
Well, I can tell you that there's a huge push in December. I'm not able to tell you who does this through Quest versus who does this through their primary care physician. We don't keep that kind of record. But I can tell you that last year, around the December 1st timeframe, we still had about 1,000 people who made the push at the end of the year. So we do have a bit of a procrastination effect.
Well, that makes me wonder then about truly those 1,000 people, are they really seeing the benefit? Are they really doing it, or are they just doing it because they have to? You know, are they doing it and then going consulting with their primary care? Or are they just getting a little slip and so they can, so anyway, it's something, but I appreciate the numbers because I've asked for these numbers multiple times over the years from your predecessors and really never was successful in getting the data you gave me this morning. So I appreciate that.
And Commissioner Justice, you know, just to throw out a question to Kimberly, I mean, how do we do outreach to employees, not us, because we don't want to have access to medical records, but those that have elevated numbers to encourage preventative type treatment, you know, and to your point, and yes, it reduces our costs, but it also keeps employees healthy, keeps them with their family. And, you know, we've had examples over the years of, you know, somebody takes that and all of a sudden they had a 90% blockage and they got a simple fix and they would have had a heart attack, you know, and trying to get that word out and educate employees to listen to your body, you know, listen to that. I mean, how do we reach out to those employees ahead of time?
UHC before this year, and now Cigna with our new contract, each has customized programs for folks who have a primary condition. That could be, you know, a heart condition, a blood pressure issue, cholesterol issue, and of course, diabetes is a huge driver within all plans. So we've had case management available in the past. Now, with the onset of the Cigna, or with the implementation of the Cigna contract this year, you may have seen we're publishing a lot of information about the Cigna on-site reps. In the last 3 months, we've added a nutrition coach and a nurse, on-site nurse, who, because they are Cigna employees, they have access to all Cigna data. So employees can come voluntarily and make appointments with them about nutrition and health coaching, or a nurse, anything appropriate for the nurse. They have office hours in our annex building, and we're seeing a lot of foot traffic for that. And that's all kept behind the veil between Cigna and the employee. In addition, our both the nurse, on-site nurse, and the nutrition coach are available to go out to departments, and they have made quite the rounds so far. They've been to EAC meetings, EAC delegate meetings. They've been introduced around various county departments, and in our To Your Health newsletter and in our Penn newsletter, we have all the information in order to be able to contact them. Because they are Cigna employees, they are able to look at people's information with their permission and talk with them about their conditions and management of their conditions. It's a really exciting addition to our contract, which was negotiated with the implementation of the Cigna contract last year.
I just want to add on that is part of the contract. They're not additional expenses to the contract. It was when we negotiated the contract with Cigna, those positions were included.
Thank you. I see Commissioner Eggers has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate everybody's patience with this way to communicate with the group. But really, a lot of the questions that the last group of comments that you were making were some of my questions. I really was intrigued by your comments about the employee referral and how that not only has a better retention rate for new employees a year later, for a lot of reasons behind that. And so I'm really interested in following that more closely. Just maybe some comments on just some industry observations, attracting the young talent today, competitive. I mean, we'll never compete with the private sector on salaries, but there's got to be a lot of other things that we might compete with. How's that being translated by the younger group, a younger agency or folks, as they look at opportunities to go to work? And then, I keep saying to people, our average age is about 52 years old in the county, and that means there's going to be lots of opportunities, not only immediately, but fast growth opportunities, the career ladders that we've discussed. Maybe it's just some overall conversation or comments from you, Kimberly, about kind of the industry, where we are. Where did all the people go the last 2 or 3 years so that we lost employees and that kind of, just some thoughts about that.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Eggers, for the interest. I would just say that when we did our end of year, last year's end of year annual report from Human Resources, our turnover rate at the end of last year, annualized for the year, was 16.3%. We have taken on this year a much more month-to-month, while it's manual today, by the end of the year, hopefully it will be an automated reporting system through Oracle, but today it's very manual. We are tracking our overall turnover month by month, and we're reporting that out at our EAC meetings. We're reporting to each of the individual appointing authorities in a monthly packet for their own information, and we're reporting to our board. Through the end of May, an annualized turnover rate for this year is at 20%. So we're up from 16.3 to 20. In January, that was our high. The first month out of the gate was 21.7. So we are seeing an increase in turnover that is consistent with the marketplace. In fact, I think we're doing much, much better than what you would see in the general marketplace. But being a government, you know, typically tenure has been on our side. We are working very hard across the appointing authorities and with our cross-functional team across all appointing authorities on some measures to, as we're recruiting, make sure that employees understand what they get by coming to a government. Their benefit package and the value of their benefit package, including retirement or the investment plan that's available through FRS. So all of those things help tell the story about what's available here at the county. We have worked really hard on improving our job announcements and making them more readable for the millennial of today, you know, rather than the more structured job announcements of the past, and that seems to be working in our favor. There was mention earlier about career fairs and how we're coming out this year out of the gate hot with in-person career fairs. We've done one that was countywide. We've done one for the utilities division. We've done a number of events that are available here in the county and participated in those, not having led them. And then recently did a two-day event for the tax collector in two of their locations, Mid-County and South County. And just as an aside, to give you some feel of how that's going, the tax collector's job fair, they saw, I don't have a final number, but it was over 100 folks in 2 days. And they actually made 22 job offers that were accepted. We had our fingerprint machines there with our HR folks there supporting the tax collector's team so that folks could be interviewed, assessed if they had assessments available through the tax collector, panel interviews in various rooms, and then they could have their fingerprints done right on site. And so taking them out of the job market is really important now because there are a number of options for folks with kind of at the start of their career. And so we want to make sure that we're doing everything in our power to work with our appointing authorities and make sure we've got that tag team type of partnership that takes folks out of the job market and secures them for the county. And I hope that's helpful, Chairman, or excuse me, Commissioner Eggers, with regards to your request.
Yeah, just, you know, again, I think just in that process, are the at-home versus, you know, at-home, options for working as well as in the office still driving a lot of decisions? And, you know, kind of what are the other, I mean, what is that major attractive attribute that people are looking for that allow them to stay past that year or two? And then the final question, and then I'll stop, is when you said 20% turnover, I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. So out of 1,000 employees, you say in that year, we will have lost 200 of those employees? Thank you.
Okay. To answer your last question first, an annualized turnover of 20% means that 20% of your workforce would leave within the year.
And that could be retirement or just?
Yes.
No, okay.
Yes, and here, of course, the numbers are significantly skewed toward retirement, because we do have a workforce that is, our average age here being in the early 50s, we do see a number of folks that are retiring. And so to talk just a little bit about the commissioner's request, you know, I don't know if anyone has really cracked the code on exactly what's going to happen with work from home and hybrid work environments. I know our appointing authorities are working with their employees, as am I, to try and make sure we've got a sweet spot where we've got our coverage needs for those businesses that are forward-facing. We all want to make sure that we are able to care for our customers at their point of impact, whether it be in person or by phone. And clearly, with the economy doing what the economy's doing, that is a significant factor in folks, their confidence in the money that they spend to get to work and to get home and so forth. And so I don't know that I've got a magic pill there or magic answer there, but I think we're all working very diligently and having a lot of conversation about what's meaningful for our folks.
And
It's very interactive.
Commissioner Eggers, to add on to that, you know, this is an ongoing conversation, and each area, each department probably handles things a little bit different depending upon the needs of that department and where they get their employees from and things like that. But we do need to do a better job of that, and we're starting to do that where rather than advertising and saying it's $16 an hour and then all these benefits, no, it's $22 an hour. $16 is in the base wage, but helping people understand the value of the benefits, because you know, when you go into healthcare, look at your copays, look at your premiums, look at the things that will drive what you actually take home. And I think as the way in which we do the outreach and advertise is going to be key to getting the person in the door and even taking a second look at that to where we can engage with them. So we are aware of all those things, and we're trying to kind of navigate and do a better job with doing that type of outreach.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I lied. One more question. On the benefit package that we've been talking about, do you see, and I know you're working with the appointing authority, so it may be coming out in the next year, but a different kind of mix of benefits that will be available that provide a little bit more flexibility to different age groups that might be applying for work?
The Benefit
Yes.
Advisory Committee is working on that, and Kimberly, we have these conversations. We've put out a challenge to the Benefits Advisory Group to look at that with a no net increase in cost. Because that if you don't put some parameters around that, then people will pick and choose and they'll double our costs. But we have put out that challenge, and I know they're having ongoing discussions.
We absolutely, each of the subcommittees is working toward recommendations, some about current plan designs and how we found when we did our benefits evaluation survey that compared us to 11 other local government employers, we found that we were number one across the board in total value of benefits, but we also found that our dental plan was dead last. And so we have some work to do and have some recommendations that are forthcoming regarding the improvement of the dental plan. As an aside, last year we found that somewhere between 33 and 36% of our employees had one preventive dental visit last year. And we know that our physical health is sometimes born out of our oral health. And so we are working on ways to improve that and make sure that while all of our preventive screenings and cleanings are free in the plan, we want to make sure that employees coming out of the pandemic are taking full advantage of that. So we also have some additional voluntary benefits that are going to be recommended by the Voluntary Benefits Subcommittee, and a recommendation regarding parental leave that's going to be forthcoming as well. And so there are items in there, something for every age group and every stage of life. And so we'll look forward to bringing those forward.
One area that, you know, again, Kimberly come in at the pandemic, and so we've had a lot of change in our HR, but I think there's a real opportunity to look at our, what do you call it, the high deductible plan design, okay? Because right now, there's no incentive to belong to it. There really isn't. I think it costs you more, you know? And so, but, you know, speaking to your point, you hire a 20-year-old, they think they're invincible, and so they'd rather have that design, you know, and then they could save up for, but it's got to have an incentive to it. So that's one area we can look at. It's not going to be solved overnight, but that's one that's on my target list that I think we really should take a secondary look. I think we can provide long-term benefits to the employees, and with the associated risk associated with, you know, their health, but also it's a way of saving money too. And it's an option. It's not forced, but that's an area. So for instance, that's an area where I think we come back and look at.
How great would it be if each of us had socked away a little bit of money for our later healthcare expenses in later years when we were in our 20s, right? So that's a key ingredient as well. And thank you, Barry, for bringing it up.
Yeah, thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Further questions? Do we have anything else on your side? All right. Thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Item number 7, Governmental Capital Improvement Program. Motion by the Vice Chair. We're going to take a 7-minute recess.
Yay.
All right, let's come back to order. Item number 7, capital improvement program.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. You will recall that the enterprise departments, we've already presented on their capital in each one. This is the governmental. It cuts across all the departments. It includes the penny, but is not exclusively the penny. We have Andrew Brown and Jackie Trainer ready to present to you.
Thank you, Chris. Like you said, my name is Andrew Brown with the Office of Management Budget. Here today with me is the Capital Budget Manager, Jackie Trainer. We do have several department directors in the audience ready to answer any project-specific questions that you might have, so I just wanted to mention that. Before we get started, we did want to thank the departments for being our partners in developing the budget, because without them, it really wouldn't be an effort that we could undertake. So today we have the Governmental Capital Improvement Program, FY23 through 28, which is captured in the Capital Projects Fund. It's non-enterprise department, so it excludes utilities, airports, and solid waste. We're going to discuss the governmental department capital projects, specifically the projects that are managed by Public Works, Department of Admin Services, Safety Emergency Services, and Parks. So things like roads, bridges, drainage, beach nourishment, things of that nature. It is a 6-year plan that balances the needs of the community. The first year must be balanced as part of the approved fiscal year budget. The outer years are planned. We do update it annually, and it is subject to change as the needs of the communities change. Again, we're going to focus on penny-funded projects today. Just a recap of what the penny for Pinellas is, it's a 1% governmental infrastructure sales surtax. It's been in effect since 1990, so 4 sequential decades. Most recently, it was approved in 2017 with 83% of the vote for a period of January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2029. If you recall, in accordance with our statutory requirements and our interlocal agreements with the municipalities, beginning January 1st, 2020, Penny 4 sets aside 11.3% of revenues off the top for countywide investments. And so 8.3% goes to economic development and housing projects, with 3% going to jail and court facilities. After those set-asides are taken off the top, the county gets 51.75%, and the municipalities get 48.25%. This graphic on the screen right here shows the planned activity that we have for FY23, the proposed budget. We're estimating $256 million in expenditures for FY23, and again, FY23 is the year that must be balanced as part of the approved budget. Again, I want to note that this slide shows planned expenditures and what revenue sources support those planned expenditures. It does not show FY23 revenue. As you can see, Penny is the major funding source at $201 million for FY23, or 78%, with grants coming in second at $26.4 million, or 10%. We also have the 9-cent local option fuel tax, which is for our ATMS projects. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Long has a question.
Well, yes, I did, because you're going through it quite quickly, and I missed the significance of what you said about 2023.
Microphone.
Yes, I apologize. You said it so quickly, I missed what you said about the significance of 2023.
Yes, so 2023 is the first year of the plan that must be balanced as part of the approved budget.
Okay, thank you.
And we're happy to report that it is.
Yay.
Yeah. Next, we have our tourist development tax, which funds our beach nourishment projects. We also have the general fund, which funds MSTU projects, as well as some other facility projects. And finally, we have some other revenues and fees that support our planned expenditures. Those are things like multimodal impact fees or private contributions. This next graphic, if you recall, the previous graphic showed you the planned expenditures and what funds them. This next one shows you those same planned expenditures and what categories we're going to spend them on. And so you can see things like culture and rec, economic environment, general government. By far, the largest category is transportation at $94.9 million, or 37%. I also wanted to mention that in your backup, you don't have to flip there now, but in your backup is a budget detail report that goes page by page, one project per page, descriptions, funding sources, things of that nature. So it gives you a much more granular view of what you see on the screen. Next, we have our capital fund forecast. We wanted to provide you with some updates that have been made to that forecast. The revenue projections have been updated. Specifically, the penny revenue has been updated per the state estimating conference. Expenditures for FY22 estimate and FY23 through 28 have been updated and included in the forecast. The forecast has been updated to include additional funding requested for existing projects. Those are projects that were in the plan last year. And it has been updated to include new projects as well. And finally, the capital project fund forecast shows that the fund will be balanced for FY23, 24, and 25. As previously noted, FY23 is the year that must be balanced for the adopted budget. The fund will need to be rebalanced again each year based upon actual activity in the reprioritization of projects. We did want to take a second to provide an update for the penny revenue estimates. On the graphic here, you can see in July 2017, you can see what we projected for penny revenue, specifically the Pinellas County distribution right there. You can see the estimate that we provided in 2020, 2021, and now that we've updated it per the state estimating conference, what we're estimating for 2022 for the 10-year period. You can see the percentages out to the right, and they are as compared to 2017. And so we're happy to report that today we're estimating that we will collect 14% greater than what we were estimating in 2017. We did want to mention that in your backup is a document called Change Request, Additional Funding Requested. And what it does is provides you a summary and a detail, actually, of the increases plan over plan. So last year's plan versus this year's proposed plan. You have 4 categories. You have grants. Those are simply the addition of grants to the plan that weren't previously there, so there's no impact to penny. You do have preliminary construction estimates. If you recall, last year there were several projects that we didn't have the construction estimates for in the plan. That is the addition of those estimates. Finally, we have project changes and scopes at $75.7 million. Those are projects that could have changed for various reasons, and I do have examples if you'd like them, but there's many different reasons a project could have changed or scope could have been updated. And lastly, we have updated project estimates, which are increases due to inflationary factors. There's several projects that have increased due to the cost of materials going up, cost of labor, and then there's also several projects that have increased because the study that was used to determine that estimate was, say, from 2018 or 2019, pre-pandemic, and so we have updated it. Do you have a? Okay.
Now, before you move off this, I mean, without getting into too much math that's over my head, but if it's, we're estimating to collect, it looks like 284 million more than we were expecting in July of 2017. And we substituted some penny money with ARPA money. And we, out of the 200 and whatever I just said, increase, even if we accepted all of the scope changes and the project cost jumps, there still seems to be hopefully a surplus.
Well, not just yet, but so, and that's part of the reason is if you look back to the 2021 numbers, at that point, we would have been left with cutting projects. So we would have had to cut projects. Now what we're trying to, and they've got a balance for this year, is we're looking, and we're still getting, you know, some of the projects in 17 said we want to go do X, but we've never designed X. And so now as those projects come on, we actually have a design, we can put engineer's estimate in, construction estimates in, and that's where we'll see how that plays out over the next several years. There's also a lot of projects that have been requested but never included within the penny. And so to the extent revenue's available, then we would be able to include some of those. But we've got to get further along to see what the actual construction costs are on these projects before we know whether we're going to have surplus or not.
Sure. No, I mean, I know we're playing with a 10-year, and it gets a little fuzzy when you start going off more than a couple years. But if it brings a couple of questions of those projects that had been requested but had not been funded. I mean, how do we evaluate them? What kind of metrics do we run them through before we say, okay, we're just bumping it up the list? And then the scope project changes, 75 million. I know we talked about the one on 49th Street that was I think a 5 million from a 7 to a 12 million project. And I guess we're going through those project by project and, we're just not saying rubber stamping
Correct.
the increase.
And we want to bring those back to you. So as each project comes, we're going to tell you what's a cost increase versus a scope change. And we want to be real transparent in that process to where you see that.
Okay.
But it really is project by project. There's
Sure, no, absolutely.
hundreds and hundreds of projects.
And in fact, in that document that I had mentioned, we actually do go into detail line by line, project by project, so you do have that. I did want to mention that whether or not a project ends up on that list, there's a threshold of 15% and 250,000 year-over-year increase, and so that's how we determine if it makes it on that list. Finally, we also have added the new project requests to the plan, the proposed plan. Every single one of these projects did go through the portfolio project management process that we've mentioned to you before. There are 7 county projects being requested, 4 of which were on the 2017 education campaign. So we did want to mention that to you. There's also a penny-funded aid to other agency project for the construction of Fire Station 28 that was approved for penny, but it's also partially ARPA funded. Those are included in the budget detail report that you have as well. And so finally, that brings us to the capital fund forecast. Just to recap, revenues have been updated, expenditures have been updated, and new project requests have been added to the forecast. The capital projects fund forecast shows that it is balanced for FY '23, '24, and '25. And then it's balanced again in '28, and it continues to be balanced out to FY '30 on the extended forecast that we keep track of. Historically, we do not spend what we estimate, allowing for a natural smoothing of the planned expenditures to occur, and this will likely balance FY '26 and '27, but again, we revisit it every year and update it. And so you'll recall this graphic from last year, and this is our last slide. Last year, we had presented that the county penny was insufficient for the 10 years and that we had actually not captured all the estimates from the 2017 education campaign in there. We are happy to report that not only are we balanced in each category, but we've programmed in the vast majority of the 2017 list into the plan. There are 5 projects that are still missing. They're physical environment projects, and they're missing simply because they are dependent. The scoping and the estimating and the defining of the projects depending on a couple studies that are ongoing right now. So we do anticipate that those will be entered in FY '24's budget cycle, completing the 2017 list, addition to the forecast. And with that, any questions?
Questions? Commissioner Gerard.
So I'm looking at the governmental change requests, additional, I can't see the title, additional funding included. So are these requests that just got added because the plan is moving forward, like Palm Harbor Rec increase of $10 million from 1 million to 11 million? Does that just mean the 1 million was the design and the 10 million? Okay.
So it likely falls into the preliminary construction estimate category where we didn't have construction program last year, and so now it is.
Well, and
There's a
also,
lot of those.
and also there's an inflationary amount in there. So, for instance, in 2000,
That's big inflation.
well, no, it's, that is, the original amount was just to get the design, right? But let's say in 2017, if you look back, we might have put in $8 million into the plan. And now when we get engineers' costs because of cost estimates, it's $10 million. What I want to make sure they call out for you is, let's say that we said that it's going to be $8 million, but they want something bigger than was originally scoped. We want to say, here's the change, and here's the cost estimate, or here's the inflationary amount. So if there's differences on each project sheet, it'll break that down. These are, the ones that are in there that go from like 1 million to 10, it's because they got the design in. So in the first year of the plan, we didn't put any estimate in for Palm Harbor Rec because we had no idea what it's gonna cost. Now they've got a preliminary design, they can plug in a target for the actual construction.
And if I can just add to what Barry said, when you look at that, Commissioner Gerard, on the explanation, it does say that the increase is due to the addition of the preliminary construction estimate. So that's actually one of the examples on this slide. So that is what that was, where we didn't have that estimate before. And so now that's been added.
And then also, when you have, you saw some of the projects that are being requested, you put broad categories when you did the penny. So for instance, you did drainage, and so you put broad categories. You didn't necessarily identify every project that would be done in that. It was an amount of money dedicated to that. And now they're able to revisit it and see what they're able to accomplish within the available funding.
Further questions?
Commissioner Eggers has a question.
All right, Commissioner Eggers.
Thank you. Barry, just looking at the additional funding requests that you talk about, I'm looking at specifically, it looks like a number that you put in for East Lake Road. And I'm assuming that's based on the preliminary designs that were introduced to the public maybe 3 weeks ago in person. Obviously, it's a placeholder. Nothing's been decided on that. And those are just a couple of questions.
Go ahead and address that, because that's obviously a big one.
Yeah, that also is a preliminary construction estimate that wasn't there previously. It was added in as a placeholder, and it's going to be revisited every year as that project's defined and scoped out.
Okay. And then you had let me get back to the original presentation. Let me just get that real quick. It was something on that I had. Guess it was page 9. These are all new requests for the penny. Are these, and without looking at cross-referencing to the other form, are these all in 2023 budget, or are these ones that have been added in over the 23 to 28 timeframe?
I believe they all begin in 2023, but like you said, they'll be spread out through the 23 through 28 timeframe. In fact, some of them might even carry out beyond 28, but I believe they do all have budget in 23.
Okay. Okay, thanks. That's it for now. Thanks.
Commissioner Long.
So I don't think this will come as any surprise that, I guess what I'd like to have a better handle on, I know I've talked to Lourdes and I've talked to Jim Fogarty about the last one on there, the Suncoast construction of Fire Station 28 mainland. At what point do you envision we would have a deeper dive into the reality of that?
Jim? Well, and you have the fire chief here too, so, they've
I thought he
been,
was here, but, oh, there he is, yeah.
they've been discussing and working all those issues out, and they spoke to me before the meeting, and I think they're largely on the same page, but I'll let Jim speak to this.
Good morning, Jim Fogarty, Director
morning.
of Safety and Emergency Services. We've worked with the district for as many as 3 years now on not only just the location of Station 28, but all of their locations. There was a study conducted, directed by the previous fire chief, that described all 3 of the Pinellas Suncoast Fire Station locations as needing to move. Station 28 was identified as the one that needed to move first, and some land was identified, at least 3 different options, including land along Walsingham-Oldermanton Road, land owned by the county that's currently being used for the parks, and then some other pieces of land. So we anticipate a continuation. There may be a land acquisition component, there may be county-owned land, and so the siting of that is still subject to review. We've got some changes going on in emergency services. One change is that where previously we dispatched units based on sort of a run card static approach, we're now in the fire service dispatching based on the actual closest unit of the location. We've just began that mid next year, and we usually wait for at least a year's worth of data before we confirm just what unit is closest and how the response profile looks. So we expect with the approval of this project, again, it's not a new project, that the fire station location would likely move north and to the west. Now, having said that, the report also identifies their mainland fire station, and I know the chief is here. Their mainland fire station then would be slightly too close to where the location is. And the report, the Optimus study, as it's referred to, requires that location to be moved a little bit further north on the beach community. So it was a strategic three-pronged approach to where should fire stations be located in that district. The district had approved that plan, I think, as recently as December of last year, and that's the guidance that we've been working on, that to relocate that fire station to better serve the residents of Oakhurst. And then the district intends to relocate, I think, 2 other fire stations to best serve the beach community, particularly for some of the long response times in the northern part of that district that borders on the Clearwater area.
Well, I think it's a big stretch to have the location on the land side when they are represented. I mean, their headquarters is in Indian Rocks Beach, is it not?
It is, correct. That fire district has, of all independent fire districts, it's unique in that it has municipal, unincorporated as well as incorporated taxpayers. And so their beachfront are typically municipal, unincorporated is the Oakhurst area. So that district, unlike the independent fire districts, has both.
Yeah,
And
well, so does the Seminole one. I mean,
That's correct.
they're
Most-
in the city and in county unincorporated. My only point is, this has been a very, very long, very involved and complex issue for years, not just the last 3.
Right.
And I think there's a couple other issues that need to be addressed as well. And I would like to think that someday, I don't know if I doubt I'll still be here, given how long it's taken already, but that we'll figure out a better way to handle that particular station and this particular district. That's all I'm going to say about that. I think I've made my position very clear. To everybody except for the new chief, because we haven't had a chance to have a discussion, but I'm sure we will, especially after today, right, chief?
Commissioner Flowers.
I think, okay. So, Mr. Fogarty, thank you for sharing that you've changed the way in which you address which truck will go out, because I've always been under, since I've been elected, it's always been based on response time, because that's what the community is looking for. How soon can someone get to us in case there's an emergency fire, EMT or whatever? Being out there and traveling and seeing that several of the roads are 2-lane roads. I was out there once when it was heavy traffic, a lot of folks on the beach. So of course, that's going to delay a person's ability, the fire station's ability to get to someone. And then I've been out there when it's been kind of lax. So I certainly will wholeheartedly support anything that deals with response time. I guess my question is, since there's about $1 million in ARPA funding that's allocated according to page 1 of 1 under new project requests, so do we see anything happening within the time frame that we need to be able to spend those ARPA dollars? Pinellas Suncoast construction of Fire Station 28 Mainland. It's on page 101 at the very bottom. Penny funding at $2 million, and it says ARPA funding at $1 million. Is it red if you push the little thing, and if you push the thing with a little face, outline face, and, oh,
They've been turned on. Well, just speak up.
Okay.
Yes, it is scheduled to get $1 million of ARPA funding, and that has to be.
No, I'm sorry, we need a microphone.
Okay.
If you can use the one over here on this desk or switch,
Maybe share his.
I'm not sure why they were turned off.
I'll put it down.
Thank you. The ARPA funding is $1 million for the fire station, and the ARPA requirements are that we have it committed by the end of 2024, and that it has to be spent by the end of 2026. So we do have some time to figure out what the plan is in order to spend those dollars.
Okay, but I just want to, I mean, I wasn't here before, but just hearing what Commissioner Long is saying, we've been at this for a while. I would hate for us to continue to be at this,
Decades.
and then we don't, expend those dollars for what they are intended for, which is good reason and good rationale. So anyway, that would be my concern there. And the other is, we talk numbers and all of that. People in the community don't want to hear that. All they want to know is help is coming. And they want to see help arrive, timely to meet their needs. But then I would say that also lends to our firefighters feeling good about, or anyone who is in our first responder positions, feeling good about the service they're able to deliver to the persons that they serve. Again, my main concern is the time it takes to get to calls within a certain, sometimes it's a 3 to 5 mile radius, and the response time is, sometimes 3 minutes or under, or 5 minutes or under, depending on how large your radius circle is. So I hope we're able to get this done, to close it out.
If I might comment.
Yes, sir.
We monitor response times very closely, accurately. In the emergency medical services for the paramedics, we've had closest unit dispatch for over a year. For dispatching of a fire response, which is slightly different from a paramedic response, that only recently has been a closest unit, and there's reasons for that. There's technical reasons for that. The response for a high-rise fire is different from a single-engine residential dumpster fire. So there's reasons for the differences in deployment. But I'll also remind you, we've been looking at that response area and the district, not just Pinellas Suncoast, and we've got a capital improvement projects in the Reddingtons currently underway to create a rescue station just south of the district, which we expect to come online here within the next year or two. That's sort of known as the Reddington Rescue Station. And that's a combined project that's being funded from the penny as well. And so there's a lot of movement in that area in terms of capital improvement projects, and there's more yet to come.
And this has nothing to do with the budget on today, but again, thank you to you and Barry for going out with me to the St. Pete College's fire training station. I can't tell you the number of times I've been out and about, and the persons that work at that facility doing the training or others have really complimented our partnership in working to bring that training station, since it provides training for all of our fire persons, be it in a municipality or unincorporated part. So thank you very much for coming out with me on that. Folks are really happy, so thank you.
Commissioner Peters.
Yes, thank you. I just want to make sure, just to double check, and I emailed Lourdes yesterday, and I want to just confirm, they kind of got leveled up on their pay for their employees so that they're equal with everybody else now? I know we talked about this. I know you know what I'm talking about.
Let me ask,
Are they getting their full-time EMS paid? Were
The
they only getting a
seats,
half?
the number of seats.
Yeah, they
So
were
the
only getting half.
0.5 is included within our budget.
Is that an increase, it leveled them out so they're getting paid for a whole position or not?
yeah, so the EMS fund, the fund that pays for the paramedics aboard a response unit,
Yeah.
the EMS fund currently pays the district 2.5 seats.
Correct.
And then proposed for next year is to add 0.5 to make a total
Okay.
of 3 seats for that district. So the district, assuming the budget approval process, would be funded at 3 seats for their 3 locations.
Okay, thank you, that's what I want to confirm. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Gerard.
Just wanted to thank you for putting in Indian Rocks Road, even though it's going to be 2026. Can't believe it's going to be $7 million, but holy cow. just to put some sidewalks in, really.
Yeah, that was
But they really,
actually,
but it really needs it.
right, that was actually one of the projects identified on the 2017 list, so we're happy to build that in there.
I've been trying to get that for 20 years.
Commissioner Seal.
And actually, I think it's been on more than one penny list.
All right, carry on. I don't know if you had anything else. Just for long-term look, what is the rule now as far as when the 2026 or 28, is it a presidential or is it just a November general or is it?
It's got to be a countywide election, so likely a 28, either 26 or 28.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it had to be a presidential or just a November
It has to
general.
be countywide, and so we have to pick one where it's a countywide election.
All right.
And there's risk, obviously, with that if there's no challenges in certain areas or whatever, so.
Sure. No, I was just curiosity more than anything. All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation. Last one of the day, Public Works. You want to move through? Everyone want to move through that, or? All right, let's rock and roll.
Abigail and Kelly are on their way up.
That's correct. So we have Abigail Lloyd from my office and Kelly Levy from Public Works. Back to the more traditional model of the analyst presenting first and the department doing the second half of the presentation. So Abigail Lloyd.
Good afternoon. Thanks for letting us be here. So Public Works, I understand this is a 44-page document, so I'll try to keep you in line with where we're at as I speak through all of the different items. We're going to jump right into the topics for discussion. So last year, you may remember that we did several presentations on how to stabilize the Transportation Trust Fund. And in the FY22 adopted budget, we stabilized the Transportation Trust Fund with a designated millage of 0.1279. And that was due to stagnant revenues and increasing costs to maintain the current infrastructure. That designated millage did not raise any levels of service. And that was ultimately about $12 million that we plugged into the fund in FY22. So in FY23, we've put together some options for addressing levels of service rather than just stabilizing the fund. And those come in twofold. There's resurfacing options, which we've proposed another additional designated millage. So our current road resurfacing programs are at a level of service B, C, D, and that's a B for arterial roads, C for collector roads, and a D for local roads. And one of the options we're proposing is to raise those levels of service to a BBC, which would be a B for arterial roads, that would remain the same, and then a B for collector roads, which are currently at a C, and then our local roads to raise those to a level C, which they are currently at a D. And this would require an annual funding amount of $26.6 million. And if we translate that into a designated millage amount, that would be 0.2550 mils. So any funding amount less than that $26.6 million for resurfacing would result in some improvement, but to raise the level of service to what I just articulated here would be 26.6 annually. We've also put together some options for transportation infrastructure to raise the level of service. So to raise the level of service for bridges and transportation maintenance to a level of service B, which in different program areas, those are all across the board in their current levels of service. This would require an annual funding amount of $10 million or 0.0955 mils. And similarly to the resurfacing options, any lower amount than this would result in some improvements in several program areas, but in order to hit all of the ones that we think need to be addressed, it would be $10 million annually. Both of these options would take I think it's 5 years for transportation infrastructure to raise everything to that level of service B that we talked about, and 9 years to raise all of the resurfacing levels of service to a level of service BBC. But in order to maintain these resources at those levels of service, we would have to designate that millage annually every year in order to maintain them. So it would become a permanent commitment.
Now, commissioners, when we presented kind of where we're at with our road infrastructure, and it's not just our road infrastructure, we're also doing weight limits on bridges, as we have to maintain our bridges, guardrails, and all of the associated maintenance functions of our roadways. For the most part, you know, we've designated the penny, and what we've done is we've set aside an amount of money, and this goes back, you know, decades. We've set aside an amount of money for roads. And then we also have the gas tax, right? Those are insufficient. We've made the most use of the existing resources. The question, and it really got to me when I understood that there are local roads that we're reconstructing. When we're having to reconstruct a road, it's simply not cost effective to do that. It would be better to resurface it and keep it in a good state of repair at a certain point and not have to have the subsurface ground down and redo that. But it requires additional funding. So there's no magic number here. I'm going to come back to you with a recommendation next month because I want to look at it in context of our overall budget. But as you can see, to get to that, you know, BBC level, it requires $36 million more, and that would have to come out of a millage amount. I'm not saying that's an increase in our millage at all. We can take on part of this and begin to address some of the backlog and still be well within our budget. But that's a discussion that I want to have. But I wanted you to see the millage amounts that reflects the dollars that we talked about when we talked about levels of service, if that makes sense.
Commissioner Long.
Yes, it makes sense, and I understand what you're saying. In my mind, there are a lot of questions I have with regard to best practices as it relates to this issue. And I would be very curious if we looked at the level of service statewide for counties that mirror the demographics kind of like we have. I'd be very interested in knowing what their level of service is, because I'm clearly remembering when level of service was discussed by the county commission years ago. And I'll never forget the public hearing because it was over at one of the high schools. I want to say Clearwater High School, I could be wrong. Commissioner Seal may remember because she was there. I wasn't on the commission then, but it was about rebuilding all that length of highway on Albert 19. Do you remember that? The point I'm making is by the time the decision was made, it was finally happening and it got finished. The level of service was no way near what it was supposed to have been because it took so long to get it done, that it was still less than what it should have been. And that's my greatest fear, is that we keep on making minor adjustments and we're not catching up.
There's a number of things that, and you know, we've been having a lot of discussions, and Kelly and her team have really upped their game in terms of, you know, looking at how we can manage all of this infrastructure, and the amount of assets that we have is, you know, staggering. You know, in terms of just maintaining that infrastructure. And so this is simply a cost effectiveness. I'm not even talking about levels of service to make sure you have sufficient turn lanes and you're meeting throughput, just to maintain it. It makes financial sense to maintain our infrastructure rather than have to replace it. You know, and so we're talking about addressing that. And so to the extent we have that, we can talk about what it would need, but I will tell you, we need to be heat sensoring our roads to where we know the depth. And we, you know, we just had a road where we found out that this is one that we had taken over. We probably shouldn't have done that years ago, but we did. And then we find out what's underneath it, and the subsurface wasn't designed to a county standard. But we should be heat censoring that to where we know, and we're targeting our maintenance at the optimal time to get the maximum life out of our infrastructure, but doing it in a cost-effective manner.
So I'm not disagreeing with you. I want to make that clear.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree with you.
But we're going to have to ramp up to
The
get there.
bigger point I think we keep missing is that without a dedicated revenue source for this particular issue, we're just not going to get there, because you cannot continue to rely on the dollars from gas tax. Cars are getting more efficient, and oh, by the way, they're becoming electric. So
And-
that revenue stream is dwindling, is my point.
That is, you're exactly right, and that's the reason for the minor millage adjustment last year. And what I'm asking for is that this year we discuss whether we want to set an additional millage to begin to address some of this infrastructure maintenance backlog. It's not going to solve it. And so, to your point, there's a bigger issue that needs to be addressed, but at least let us start working on it, because there's a capacity issue also with just taking on more. And so I think that we're asking that we at least continue to discuss it, continue to do it, but actually take a bite out of it. And the need is 36 million, but we'll discuss, how much of that we want to tackle in a first year. But we could phase this in, so there's options that we have.
And it's a five-year plan to see that level of service increase, is that what I heard?
So it's 5 years for the transportation infrastructure. It's 9 years, Kelly, correct me if I'm wrong, for the resurfacing. But once those levels of service have been raised, it would require an annual commitment in order to maintain those resources at that level of service. So there's the initial upfront cost to address the backlog, but then in order to maintain that, there would have to be an annual commitment as well.
And that would, I assume, also play into how well our asset management system is working as far as tracking all of that to where we're maintaining them on the right schedule. Commissioner Eggers has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Barry, I think, this obviously goes back to our 2017 conversations, and it'll happen again in 2026 or whenever that next referendum comes. But when folks did vote for this, I mean, I think their thinking overall was that more than 37% of the penny was going to be going towards transportation. So at this point, it looks like, if I wrote my notes down right in the comments, that we have 95, I'm not even sure the amount, but we have a lesser percentage of the total dollars going to transportation, classic infrastructure, than people probably felt. And so that, I'm sure, will be a change in focus as we go forward. So I guess my question is, when we're looking at all these different alternatives,
Yes.
for this year's penny, what else can we squeeze out?
Well,
And if it means moving something, it means moving something.
Well,
But I mean, this kind of numbers is absolutely, I mean, I fully expected them, but it's just ridiculous that we have to be trying to come up with additional funding for projects and things that we should have been addressing all along. And that probably many of us, or many of them, our residents, thought was going to be included in our penny. So it's going to be very frustrating to even begin discussing about raising a millage to discuss, to address things that we should have been addressing through our capital program. So just a comment, because this is huge stuff. And the things that we're talking about are so critically important. But it's not, and I think it's really important, it's not going to happen overnight. You're not going to make this change that has been embedded in the system for probably 30 years. It's not going to get changed overnight. And so these numbers that you're talking about are very dramatic numbers in that sense. So I just, again, just a little bit of frustration for those of us that have been always, saying that infrastructure is being ignored. It was being ignored when I, 10 years ago, it's probably being ignored 20 years ago to the levels that we needed to be doing. So this is big stuff. I look forward to additional, continuing conversation about it.
Well, I think Mr. Burton will respond. It's not a millage increase, it's a designation of the current millage. Is that correct?
It's a designation of an amount of millage, but it's an additional amount of money we'd be putting towards that. But let me address the first piece. In your 2017 plan, okay, it breaks out how much we are targeted towards spending towards roads and bridges. And we're meeting those targets. So we're doing what we said in the penny. But the problem is not everything's included. Costs have gone up. So we're spending the penny as promised. And maybe we should have spent more on that particular area. But even within the penny, you break that down. So you had roads, bridges, and trails as categories, and you said 45% of that. You also then go over to water quality, flood. So you've got different breakdowns within that, and they're trying to manage all the different competing requests. And as you know, when you come up with a plan, so we went to the voters in 2017. That means they were trying to come up with the projects in 2015, 16, and now we're in 2022. So they have to manage a lot of competing projects that are coming at them. Many of which were in the plan, but we did break that down by categories, and so they're trying to manage within those categories. And so what we're seeing is they've taken the amount that's allocated to them, and they're trying to make the best decisions they can. It's simply insufficient to be able to maintain it at the level of service we're projecting. That's why we're suggesting in this particular area that we put additional resources towards that.
And I hear you. I'm just saying that in 2017, if people were listening, and that's why we don't do it in odd number years anymore, it really had the messaging that we're talking about right now was not being talked about then. In other words, it was everything on the table. And we know then that if we were going to be recommending this kind of breakdown, that it would ultimately lead to poor uses of dollars because we're having to rebuild roads rather than just repave roads. I'm not sure that was clearly vetted. I'm not sure that going from 37% to 48% and what the trade-off was and would be was necessarily clear to commissioners, but also more importantly, clear to our residents. And again, in a year that maybe they weren't listening as much, I certainly have gotten a lot of feedback about the monies we set aside for affordable housing and economic development. They allegedly didn't even know it was in there. Well,
yeah,
I understand that. I mean, I understand that if you're not paying attention to that very detail, you might miss it. But this trade-off that you're talking about right now, Barry, is probably the healthiest discussion I think we can have about it. And frankly, it's a long time coming because there are some distinct trade-offs that we should have been making beforehand and should have been pointing out that 37% is not going to cut it. Yeah. Certainly not going to cut it if we're going to try to make real improvements and be able to maintain those improvements, maintain the overall road rating. So I understand what you were saying.
Yeah.
Don't disagree with it, but I think that, again, the conversation we're having today is extremely helpful, but it's not going to happen. I can't see it happening overnight.
And I don't want to kind of go back and forth or anything because I think it's a healthy discussion. But remember, the first year I got here, I come to you. The original plan that our staff brought to me didn't have any of the community vitality projects in it. Why? Because they were trying to address infrastructure. Because under your portfolio process, they ranked high. Well, I said, well, you went out to the community and you said you need to support this plan, and that included community centers. It included recreation centers. It included things, throughout that people see and people use. But if you were ranking them, our staff was ranking some of the infrastructure stuff higher. But we said, wait a minute, we got to deliver on what we promised. And so we've been very thoughtful and very deliberate in making sure that we spend the money as it was planned and promised in the penny that we took to the voters. And so I don't disagree. We probably should have put more money to this category or that category. But I will tell you, in each of the categories, there's someone that's receiving those and that want that money. So it's, we say a drainage, well, or a road, well, the counterpart is then I got to cut a drainage project, or I got to cut a community center, or something that somebody else would rank, higher for their particular needs. But, we've tried to follow the plan is my point. And, because there's, especially at some of our comments that we haven't followed the plan. We've followed it to a T.
Yeah. I think the comment we've heard from some of our speakers that affordable housing was a bait and switch or slipped in or an asterisk or something else is one of the most ludicrous things I've heard from one of our folks up in North County who would come and repeatedly say, we didn't talk about affordable housing. You slipped it in and that was later. We didn't talk about anything more than we talked about affordable housing in that section, night after night after night, of what the percentage would be guaranteed for that with our economic development part. So I understand that some folks weren't paying attention as closely as they are now. I understand that, and that's certainly fine. But the videotape is there, and certainly can go back and see that. So,
But I'll come back to you.
And to your point, Mr. Burton, we did promise several of the communities, Palm Harbor, Tierra Verde, Lellman, we promised them community centers and promised them, I think, previous commissions probably promised them in the previous penny that we're trying to make up some of those promises now.
Yeah. So but to your point, I'm going to look at this and, Chris was just showing me a chart. We're actually spending more as a percentage than we have in the original plan. But I'll outline that for you next month, and I'll outline kind of a recommendation of how to phase some of this stuff in, whether you agree or disagree. You don't have to do that. I understand that. We can follow the original plan. But I at least want you to see what we're not doing, and that's the infrastructure's a tricky thing, obviously, because it's not necessarily as visible, but it certainly is more costly than almost anything that we do see, out within the budget. And so we're trying to address that. And I think Kelly and her team are doing a really good job of kind of really being forward-looking about how to properly maintain that infrastructure. And there's a lot more I want to do on that. We should never, ever have to reconstruct a road. It's not cost-effective for our citizens, and that means our citizens are driving through potholes and things like that. So,
Commissioner Eggers, did you have something else?
Yeah, just, to that point, Barry, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, every year that we look in our budget process, there is a road that needed to be reconstructed. And I can, and you can take inventory that you've done, and I'm sure they have a rating there of the roads that need to be reconstructed. That ship has left the port, okay? So that was my point only in bringing up where we are today. It can't get fixed overnight. Some are just, some of the roads are just not going to be just paved. And maybe we need to take care of some of that paving and not make the new construction road inventory grow faster. And just try to make, it's a balancing act, but we're going to have to figure out a way to try to start bringing the road condition up in a normal, regular, it's not going to happen overnight. And I just think we just have to, I think this conversation though is long overdue. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Carry on.
Okay, so we're still on page one.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Hold on. Commissioner Steele, did you have something?
Just something, I'm looking at the Transportation Trust Fund forecast, and while we're talking about roads, and the ending fund balance is probably a bit higher than is necessary.
What page are you on?
Oh, golly, 41.
gotcha.
So could we be using more of that to do more paving? And I understand Commissioner Eggers' frustration. We thought we had an asset preservation survey done many years ago. And then when Barry came in, Kelly did it again, and it showed some holes for sure. And so that's why last year I brought this up and said, let's just go for the millage because we want to fix it. And that's the commitment that we need to make, is to continue to do that. because, there's certain things our citizens do expect. And one is well-paved roads. And so, thank you. And thank you for the support of that last year.
Commissioner Gerard.
It seems like that's what we're talking about, and maybe increasing that dedication to get to the backlog. I don't-
But if
I
you,
don't thi-
sorry.
Well, that's all right.
But if you do look at the ending balance, there is funding there that could
It's-
be used for.
Well, so that also goes with the millage, though. So that's assuming that the amount that you gave additional last year, that we take the full value of that, but that still only produces $1.5 million. And so in the scheme of things with roads and sidewalks, that's a bad bid. It could eat that up. So I think their projection out, and I'll defer to Abigail and to Kelly, but it doesn't, it's not that much more money that generates, just to maintain what you approved last year.
So, Ms. Laird, we skipped you all the way to page 41
Yeah, I'm
on your presentation.
I'm on page, that's fine. To talk, I will reference the fund balance. That includes the general fund, the subsidy, the .1279 that we used to stabilize the fund last year. If we had not put that .1279 into the fund, we would already be experiencing our first year of deficit either this year or next year. Also, that fund balance assumes that the CPI percent change remains less than 3% year to year. And I think very well we know that this year the CPI is not 3% or less, especially for commodities like concrete or materials that are being purchased for this kind of work. So if we're going to experience increased inflation, we would see that fund balance spend down quite quickly.
One question real quick, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
And Barry, I'm sure when you come back in July, you'll also take a look at all the reserves that have been built up over the last couple of years, how they're intending to be used. I remember looking at the forecasted reserves last year and excuse me, how high they were going to be in the next 3 to 5 years. And so I'm certainly hoping that we exhaust opportunities like that, even though it's not necessarily an ongoing source of funds. It can start to be used for, chipping away at some of this work with some of the funds that we have sitting there. So I hope that that's being looked at as well. Thank you.
It is.
All right. So we're back at page 1. So moving through the topics of discussion, so about 2/3 down page 1. So last year, you may remember, we put in a $4 million one-time subsidy from the general fund in order to address sidewalk level of service, to raise sidewalk services to a level of service B. We also put in several $100,000 ongoing to increase the staff that support our sidewalk programs, and then some one-time purchases to support those staff. But the vast majority of it was $4 million for an ongoing contract, and that contract will take 2 years in order to complete. So we are well on our way to completing that contract, and that will be completed in FY23. You'll see reference to that budget item changing throughout the document. Additionally, you might know that we have some ongoing reorganizing across the county, especially related to budget and financial management. So there's 2 former OMB budget analyst positions that have been transferred from OMB to Public Works. There's also one DAS accounting services position that's been transferred to Public Works, and so that accounts for 3 additional FTE in FY23's budget for Public Works as well.
And you really see this take effect for utilities and for Public Works. These are our largest departments with very, very complex budgets, grants, funding sources, and things like that. And they were reliant upon OMB for support in those areas. They really need to be experts, in their area. Abigail's done, she's just done an amazing job of helping break this down and looking at different scenarios with our funding and everything. But we need both, and so that transfer, I think, will really help up and be able to shore up our projections, alternatives for you, and the impact of those choices that we make kind of going forward. But I really wanted to give Abigail a plug. She's looked at all these different areas and these projections and our millage rates for all the different funds and done a really good job with that.
Thank you. Well, I'm very flattered. So at the 2021 Public Works Operational Planning Session, training and safety performance measures were discussed as a way to monitor current and ongoing efforts to prevent incidents and injuries. And so currently the department is working with fleet and utilities to develop standardized safety measures. And some of those are total preventable incident rates, and then also hours lost due to preventable safety issues and associated costs with those safety issues. Also, Public Works is developing additional performance measures this fiscal year. Some of those will be capital improvement program delivery performance measures, a water quality index, Move Safe/Vision Zero, and then a Public Works infrastructure report card. So there's some changes to user fees that are expected in FY23. So there are proposed changed fees. There's two areas for that. Water and navigation permit application fees are being proposed to increase at 2 to 3% based on CPI. These fees, there's several of them that are being adjusted at that percentage rate, have not been adjusted since 2009. Also, the mangrove trimming and permit application fees are being proposed to increase 25% for single family and 12.5% for multifamily and commercial properties. And this is to be consistent with a fee that's being charged by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. The estimated revenue for these increased changes to fees is going to be $20,000 in FY23. There's also 3 proposed new fees. A variance and appeal fee for $400, a revisions fee for $100, and a miscellaneous minor additions for $225. Estimated additional revenue for these new fees in '23 is similarly $23,800.
Question?
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, again, here we are talking about increasing mangrove trimming 25% to be consistent with the state in an area that has created an awful lot of animosity and issues and frustrations and irritations. And so if somebody could explain to me what the amount is for a 25% increase, it might, just be a little helpful. So are we going from $25 to $31? Are we going from $250 to, I'm trying to understand what a permit for mangrove trimming is.
For a single-family permit, it's $200, proposed to go to $250. Multifamily, such as condominiums, is currently $400, proposed to go to $450.
And I'm assuming you looked at the staff time associated with
Correct.
the
We
permit.
also looked, yes, this taking into account, how much staff time it takes to evaluate and ultimately issue these permits. We are a state delegated authority as well, so others that have the state delegation are in that same cost family.
And so if they're looking at it from a staff time, one of the things you asked us to do is keep our fees up to date, okay? So that's separate from whether we're frustrating people with the level of service and with what we're determining on the mangrove permit itself. It's really, the fee should be adjusted associated with the staff time.
Yeah, you see it as separate, and I agree with you. I'm just saying it's salt in a wound to a lot of folks. And I just think, I've just tried to make sure I understood what this, what I consider to be a large increase. Again, I don't know where it came from that now we're gonna do it like the state does it. And we haven't said that before. We can't do half that and then half of it in a couple of years, but we have to do it all at once. And I'm just, again, certainly appreciate the rationale behind it and just appreciate a little bit more of the slower steps to the process than sometimes I see. Thank you.
We could certainly phase this in. It's the total amount of revenue over the fees is $20,000. So it's not a significant amount of money one way or another. We can phase it in, but we're trying to look at all of our fees. I didn't, frankly, I didn't even catch this one, but it should be adjusted based on, and we should do an analysis to make sure our staff time is associated with the fee. And by the way, just as another issue out on water and nav permits, they were so far behind. We're putting on an additional staff person over in Kelly's shop to try to address some of the backlog. And they're also looking at different ways of of expediting permits there because there was such a backlog and, you know, concerns in that area. When we're doing the same thing over in building and development, but
So at $20,000, what is that? How many permits a year? Just out of curiosity, ballpark?
Honestly, the overwhelming majority of the permits we receive are for docks and structures, not mangrove trimming.
mangroves,
We
okay.
don't really receive very many in a calendar year.
Yeah, I didn't think we
Maybe less than
did.
a dozen.
Okay, yeah, that's more what I was thinking. It was on the mangrove
Yeah,
specifically.
we're getting over 1,600 structure permits a year right now, up from around the 1,200 mark.
so as we've done before, you know, if you want to phase this in, it's immaterial.
Okay.
We can certainly do that.
Okay. So that's actually a great reference for jumping into our decision points. So our first decision package is actually, was originally requested during budget development, and we went ahead and moved forward with it because it is that additional position for water and navigation permits that there is such an enormous backlog on. So the costs for this position was able to be covered by additional water and navigation permit fee revenues, and so we went ahead and moved forward with that one. The total cost recurring would be $72,350, and this is an additional FTE, but like I said, it'll be covered by revenues. The second decision package is an engineer training program. This would be a pilot program. The department is requesting 2 full-time engineer trainees to pilot this program in FY23 and FY24. This would allow the county to recruit and develop recent engineering school graduates into entry-level transportation and then stormwater also engineering roles. We're expecting to have a lot of retirements with engineers over the next several years, and we also have several vacancies for engineering positions, and we've had a hard time recruiting for those and bringing people in as soon as they get out of school to learn about public service and county service would be potentially a successful way to pipeline people into these positions. Public Works is currently engaged with Workforce Relations to address the classifications associated with these roles. We don't write, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Do we have Commissioner Peters?
Yeah, and you probably weren't ready, so I'd be ready when you're finished. I'd like to ask that question.
Oh, okay. So we don't currently have a classification associated with engineer trainee because we don't have any positions for that. So we're working on developing one and what the appropriate salary would be for this position. Based on what we have right now, I've estimated the total cost would be $225,600 annually. That's $7,000 non-recurring operating costs. That's their new supplies and computer, and then $218,600 for the personnel positions. That includes their benefits and everything. We also would be sharing these positions between several fund sources, the General Fund, Transportation Trust, and then also Stormwater. Go ahead.
Okay, so the question I have is, and I don't know if we could do this and HR isn't here, but I guess my only concern is, do we spend this time, money, and time to train them? And I think it's a great program, so I'm not knocking, I think it's a great program. The question is there a contract that they have to stay with us? Because I hate to spend the resources and then they go somewhere else. And it happens a lot, especially in government, where we spend all this time training people and then they go. So is there like a contract that they have to work with us for 2 years or 5 years after we do this or something like that? Or is there not enough resources put into it that would put in a kind of contract like that?
We've been talking about that type of thing in other areas as well. There isn't built into this, but there's no reason why we couldn't work with HR and Rodney to see if there's something we can do like that. Our main challenge here is, well, I mean, you've been hearing it from all the departments as well as human resources. Recruiting is a real challenge, and our 2 areas where we're struggling the most are engineering and operations. The private sector is just killing us. They pay at a much higher scale. It's just not something we can compete. But what we found is there are engineers that are really focused on public sector and they want to be in the public sector. So that's kind of what we would be going towards is those engineers from UCF and University of South Florida engineering programs that want to go into the public sector. Understanding that, yeah, we could train them for 2 years and they could end up at a consulting firm, for sure. But I'm not sure how the legalities of all that, but it's definitely something we can talk about.
I would like you to do something like that because it just happens so regularly, especially with government, where we spend all this money to train people and then they immediately leave for the private sector. And so if there's anything we can do, and if it's that kind of training and research and stuff that they get that's a benefit to them and it automatically guarantees them a job, then maybe there's a benefit to it. So I would just,
We can certainly look at that. Also, we need to tie this into our career ladders. So when they come in and we get them the experience and then they get their PE, when they get their PE and they can sign plans, that's when they're valuable.
Yeah.
And that's when, Kelly will lose them and they'll double their salary,
Right.
or more. So we need to tie it into where there's also an incentive for them, and they get a bump because of the value they bring to us.
so I'm a big supporter for this whole concept, whether we do it in her department and many departments. I
Yeah.
just think that we should have some kind of caveat that if we're going to invest in them, that they should have a commitment to invest in us for a
We'll look
period
at
of
it.
time.
No, absolutely, year to year. I mean, I'm reminded of the old scholarships for teachers. You got X years of, and you committed to X years of teaching. I mean, absolutely. Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Peters, to your wonderful point, the City of St. Petersburg Police Department started doing exactly that. And then if they did leave at a certain time frame, the amount they had to reimburse the St. Petersburg Police Department was based on a pro rata dollar amount for the time that they had spent. And when you look at some of the federal programs that they have, even for student loan payoffs, for individuals who have student loans, they go to work for a governmental agency or entity, and they have to commit to 3 years, 5 years, or 7 years. I think it's 7 for a master's degree. Then it helps. So there is, you wouldn't have to rewrite anything. There are things out there, and I think that's a wonderful idea. Plus, for the person who's participating, it essentially gives them some job security for the period of time that you're thinking about. So that's absolutely wonderful. And I've been doing this to all the departments because hip hip hooray for UCF. My daughter graduated from their fabulous school and UF, but please do not forget about the historically black colleges and universities. Talladega State University has a wonderful engineering program. Jackson State University has a wonderful engineering program. And so you have students from here locally that go to these historically black colleges, either come back home or even to recruit and bring them in. So when you're, doing your calls or whatever, please just don't forget them because it's some amazing talent in some of those other colleges and universities. So.
Yeah, thank you. And, one of the other challenges we're having is, and I said on the operations side, because of all the federal requirements for CDL drivers, the cost to train a CDL driver is well over $1,000. And we were literally hiring employees, sending them through 6 months of CDL training. They get their CDL license, and a couple months later, taking a job with someone else will pay them 2-3 times as much to drive a truck. So we've been looking at something like that as if we pay, those thousands of dollars for you to get your CDL, then there has to be a commitment or, some sort of reimbursement back and looking at those types of things.
Yeah, it's a great, it's a great idea. I know we've talked about it, we haven't acted on it, and we'll certainly look at it across the board because there's a lot of areas this could apply to.
Commissioner Gerard.
I was just going to talk about police departments having that policy for years and years.
Yeah, so the the Public Works Academy at Pinellas Technical has notified us that they're no longer going to be providing the CDL training, so we're working on an in-house program. So yes, that's been a huge hit to us, but we also have 5 Public Works Academy P-TECH interns working at Public Works right now. And we do that every semester. We bring them on. They need 195 hours for their Public Works Academy certification, and they come and they work at Pinellas County. We pay them for that internship. And then, hopefully, what we do is we try to find right fit, right job, and encourage them to apply for a permanent position.
I said that jokingly, but I am serious. I am going to call because there are so many organizations now that are looking for them to provide that course. And I went by there the other day, taking a shortcut down the side street, and saw the number of 18-wheelers pulling out of there with student drivers. So that is going to be such a loss, because the next driving school, Rasmussen, over at the fairgrounds over in Tampa, they are so expensive. They're getting the same amount of hours, but they're so expensive. Okay, thank you for sharing that.
PSTA is actually training their own too. They can't hire any CDLs right now, so they train them themselves.
Yeah, Pinellas County Schools started doing that last year. That's how we were able to recruit. It was, you get paid X amount of dollars for the you got paid for training, you got your CDLs, and then you committed to work. Oh, girl, I'm gonna call them. Yes, I am.
I appreciate the support, because we've always loved the partnership with the Pinellas Technical Institute and specifically the Public Works Academy.
Abigail, how much longer do you think you have on your presentation? And Kelly?
10 seconds.
Well, I mean,
You can just approve everything as is. Like, I've already vetted it all. It's good to go. Just like, it's fine.
I want us to have the proper time for it and focus on it, but I also know commissioners want to take a break. So I want to try and, if it's 5 minutes, we'll continue on. If it's 25 minutes, we're going to take a break.
I think probably from the discussion we're going to want to have with accomplishments and work plan items, you'll probably want to ask questions about it.
All right.
So I have one more decision package before I start budget items. You want me to finish that? We can take a break
Yeah, let's
then?
do that.
Okay. So we have one more decision package that we haven't addressed yet. So we have currently a temporary, long-term temporary position that is in urban forestry. And currently we want to move it to a new full-time FTE position. This position spends about 30% of their time supporting CIP projects. And once we back out the amount that we spend on the contract for this position, it would be an additional $22,250. The workload for this position has grown astronomically, and this would be a more efficient way to address it. And we've made equivalent reductions within the budget to cover the true cost of the additional increase by changing it to an FTE.
Questions on that? All right, let's take a break. It's like 5 after. That work for everybody? Perfect. All right, we're in recess. Everybody ready? All right. Ms. Lloyd?
So we're at the bottom of page 3. We'll start with the budget summary. So the Public Works has 4 different revenue sources: the general fund, the transportation trust fund, air quality tag fee fund, and the surface water utility fund. So from a revenue perspective, I'm going to talk about each of these funds. The general fund increase in revenue just comes from increased operating expenditures that we'll discuss in the expenditures section. So I mentioned earlier that in FY22, the county designated .1279 mills to Public Works to stabilize the Transportation Trust Fund. In FY23, we're proposing to maintain this commitment to stabilize the fund. With the increase in property taxes, that same .1279 mills that it was about $12 million in fiscal year 22 will increase to an estimated $13.3 million in FY23. That's an increase of $1.3 million over the FY22 adopted budget for this designated millage. And as Barry mentioned, we can use some of that money to address other programs and projects within the department. Additionally, the transportation revenues that are associated with gas taxes are expected to increase 9.3% this year, which is a reflection of a further recovery from COVID-19 and increased consumption. Now, just as a reminder, I know during the fund forecast, they talked about the Transportation Trust Fund revenues from gas taxes come on a per gallon basis, not on the amount. So as we see increases in gasoline prices, we don't necessarily know how that's going to affect consumption during the year. The air quality tag fee funds are increasing at a minimum rate of 1%, and the surface water utility fee funds have declined by approximately 8.7%. And there's a quick chart that you can look at the different revenue sources, non-general fund versus general fund, and the types of revenues that we're bringing in. So moving on to expenditures, we're at the bottom of page 4. The FY23 budget for Public Works is increasing by $3.5 million in total. That's 3.9%. The cost of personal services is increasing by $818,000. That's a 2.1%. These increases are primarily due to the rollout of the career path and ladder incentives. So the total cost of the expected career path and ladder incentives budgeted in FY23 is an additional $250,000. Other increases in personal services are due to just salary increases, the health insurance costs going up, and then also position reclassifications on non-general fund sources. There's been an increase in 4 FTE total since FY22, and 3 of those FTE were the ones that I mentioned in the topics for discussion that are coming from OMB and DAS. And then additionally, as we mentioned in the decision package section, that there was 1 position that was created during budget development that was for water and navigation and being paid for out of water and navigation revenues. The general fund is actually experiencing a net savings in personal service expenses of $215,000 in FY23. Our operating expenses have increased by $3.8 million or 9.5%. I know that sounds like a very large amount, but there's a couple of line items that account for the vast majority of that. It's primarily the cost allocations that are hitting the Transportation Trust Fund and the Surface Water Fund. The Transportation Trust Fund has a total increase in operating expenses of $1.4 million, and this is that increase in the BTS cost allocation. And these are the costs associated with CityWorks users being fully leveraged in FY23. And we've been delaying those additional costs to the BTS cost allocation for 2 years now, but they're finally going to be implemented. And the total amount for that increase is $1.9 million above the adopted FY22 budget. But that's being offset slightly by the decrease of the completed portion of the contracted services for the 2-year sidewalk backlog, which is going to be completed in FY23. The Surface Water Fund is also experiencing a significant increase in its BTS cost allocation of $618,000 over the FY22 adopted budget. We had other intergovernmental charges that have also increased, excluding the BTS cost allocation, and across the board, all of those resulted in a $343,000 or 2.3% increase. That's primarily in fleet operating and maintenance. And then vehicle replacement and risk financing costs have declined, and that's primarily a decrease in the general fund. Public Works has worked really hard to remove communication service costs that currently don't align with its cell phone stipend policy. So in all of its divisions, Kelly requested that the directors examine who is receiving cell phone stipends and who shouldn't actually be receiving cell phone stipends. And that correction was made in the FY23 budget and also in the FY22 current budget. In FY23, we're expecting to save around $40,000 in communication services. So that's an 11.4% decrease in communication services where we were able to reduce expenses. The Public Works capital outlay budget is decreasing by $1.1 million, and that was because of removal of one-time equipment purchases from FY22. Those were spread across various programs, and we also removed non-recurring decision packages. So there's a quick chart. You can look at where our total expenditures are by object class and fund source. And I also want to call your attention to the FTE line at the very bottom of that chart. You can see how FTEs are increasing by 4 in FY23. There's also a budget summary by program and fund. I won't go into these details, but they're there if you have any questions. We get into much more gritty detail over the next 10 pages, but if you have specific items you want to ask about, please do. So I'm going to hand this off to Kelly to talk about our accomplishments and our performance measures and also some of our work plan items.
Just pausing in case you have any questions for Abigail.
One question, real quick.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. It looked like the biggest increase is showing an increase in reserves, and just maybe I may have missed if you explained that earlier. What's going on behind that?
Sure. So the increase in reserves, let me find my chart here. So you'll see the increase in reserves on page 5. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
So when I mentioned that the total budget was going up by $3.5 million, that does not include what we budget in the reserves item. Primarily, the increase is from what we expect to see in lapse, and then also that $12 million that we put in for the designated millage to make sure that the fund is solvent. So we boosted up the fund balance significantly last year, and you're seeing that in reserves.
I may give you a call or your department a call later about that. Thank you.
I think you're specifically talking about Transportation Trust Fund reserves.
It says under Public Works, I'm looking at page 5, just talks about an increase from non-general fund reserves going from 19 to 29. So I just want to make sure I understood.
That's all in Transportation Trust Fund.
Yeah, and so the question is how that fits in with our expenditure cycle. So what's it being used for? Is it just free reserve?
We typically like to hold a certain percentage of ending fund balance in reserves because we don't necessarily know what's going to happen with Transportation Trust Fund revenues. So it's increased significantly, but we also put an additional $12 million into the fund. We don't necessarily have plans to spend the reserves there in the event that we have a decrease in revenues.
Thank you.
Okay, so I wanted to highlight some of our departmental accomplishments and priorities, and we are your largest operating department, so I have a list. It is not exhaustive, but it has a lot of the important things that are going on in Public Works right now. So delivering the sidewalk program funded by the board that continues to connect our community and increase safety and reduce risk is one of our highest priorities. We have created a GIS dashboard that displays our progress in real time, and I'm happy to report that we are today at 61% complete. Additionally, we are using some ARPA funding to fund a condition assessment of our sidewalks and ADA assessment of our entire network, which will set the foundation for our sidewalk management program, as well as contribute to the county's overall ADA transition plan. In our capital program delivery over the last 2 years, we have restructured and refocused our capital improvement program around project management and people. A few years ago, the county moved towards a portfolio management process. I know you're very familiar with that. We have collaborated with the Office of Management and Budget and Utilities to develop a project management manual that lays out all of our processes and procedures for all aspects of project delivery. This is a very people-oriented process. They were involved and engaged at every step of the way in developing these practices. The manual has created consistent processes and practices and increased transparency. This manual will be complete this fiscal year, but it is an adaptive process. As we learn more, we change. We are also developing our departmental communications plan, and this is a guide for all of our project managers and program leads on how we engage our community when we're delivering projects. Regional stormwater continues to be a priority, and I just wanted to note that on August 11th, we'll be providing an update on the regional stormwater program.
And Kelly, just so you highlight that, having the manual that you created, which now we're adopting throughout all of our capital project areas, is how do you manage a project? How do you keep it from coming in over budget? How do you keep it from having change orders? All those different things is before the project ever starts. You know, it's how we plan for and analyze and prepare for a project going forward. They created that. They created that in-house, and now we're adopting it out throughout all the different departments in county government. So I just wanted to highlight some really good work that her team did in developing that.
Yeah, we have a project management hub on SharePoint, and for me, one of my big challenges was ensuring that we were developing projects from beginning to end. It didn't matter whether it was a transportation project, a parks project, a stormwater project, and we didn't have those consistent practices. So it was creating a challenge where one project manager moves from one side of the house to the other. It was really dependent on who they were learning from, how they were delivering projects. And now we have this resource. We're applying practices consistently across projects, but we've also created an excellent training program for onboarding new project managers and getting them into the project management process quickly. Lastly, I wanted to highlight in our capital improvement program that we're developing some performance measures. The various DOTs in this side of the country have developed an on-time, on-budget set of metrics, and we are adopting that as a best practice, and we'll be having a dashboard that will show you all of our projects, what they're budgeted for, what they're scheduled, and are we on time and are we on budget. Very open, and it's meant to be a public-facing system so that the public understands all the projects that are out there, where they are, and when they can expect them to be delivered. By the close of this year, we will have completed a number of capital projects, and just a few examples include roadway and drainage improvements at 131st Street North and 86th Avenue North in unincorporated Seminole, as well as Crystal Beach, ITS network expansion to 49th Street, alternate 19 South, and the Phase 3 ATMS project, which included dynamic message signs installed on McMullen Booth, State Road 580, and Tampa Road. There were also a number of CCTV cameras installed along multiple corridors as part of that Phase 3 ATMS project. The West Winds Bridge is complete. We completed 49 lane miles of what we call 3R projects, or rehab, resurfacing, and restoration of roadways, as well as an additional 80 lane miles of milling and resurfacing by the end of this fiscal year. So that accounts for about 4.9% of our network, roadway network. The Pinellas North Trail Loop added an additional 6.8 miles of the trail, and we're currently planning for the ribbon cutting and the official opening of the trail. Roosevelt Creek Stormwater Facility improvements has been completed, as has the Ibis Pond Water Quality Improvement Project down near Bear Creek. We have brought on 2 consultant firms to assist the department with grants. We are developing a grant plan for priority projects so that as soon as a notice of funding availability comes out, we are prepared to meet the deadlines to get those applications submitted. And we're currently working with our consultant on a package for the bridge funding program that was just recently announced. Very soon, you'll be seeing contracts for engineering services. These contracts will support the delivery of our federally funded projects. In transportation, we have completed the new software implementation called Econolite Centrax in our traffic control center. The new system has significant capabilities that we will be taking advantage of this coming fiscal year, including a public-facing dashboard that will provide real-time travel times, congestion, and safety information. We are also implementing our Connected Communities project, which involves the installation of connected vehicle devices and technologies within the county's existing infrastructure along State Road 60, which will collect, disseminate, and use real-time traffic information. This information will be collected and used to improve the mobility, reduce congestion, and provide for more efficient and accessible transportation. This work is being funded through an Advanced Transportation and Congestion Management Technologies Deployment Initiative grant, say that 10 times fast, as well as an additional $1.8 million from the Florida Department of Transportation to actually purchase equipment. We completed an assessment of our pavement management program, which included alternative levels of service, and presented that to you in March. And that data is now going to be used to update our pavement management asset management plan this fall. On the resiliency front, we have continued to work with Hank Haughty on the Sustainability and Resiliency Action Plan. We have completed living shoreline projects along Philippi Park, as well as secured grant funding for these efforts. We've collaborated with BTS to complete the web-based capital planning tool for assessing infrastructure projects, and we're working on phase 2 of that tool. We are anticipating delivery of our first hybrid bucket trucks to be here in August. They're very cool. I would suggest a visit when we get them. They're very cool.
Commissioner Flowers wants to go up in the bucket truck.
She absolutely can go up in that bucket truck, and let me tell you how cool they are. You know, bucket trucks can be very noisy. They run on diesel fuel, and so when those bucket trucks, it's very like shaky. So it's a little scary sometimes. But what really is the challenge is when you have a team out there working together, they need a communication device because it's so loud they can't hear each other. So they have to have that separate communication. Well, the bucket is actually the hybrid piece of it. So it's charged from the engine of the truck. So when they stop at a traffic control signal or to do tree trimming, the truck now turns off. We don't waste fuel. We're not idling anymore. The bucket operates on the electricity that was generated by the engine running, driving from stop to stop. It is absolutely dead silent, and it is smooth as butter. You just, it's a beautiful thing, and they can talk to each other. They can hear each other because now the truck isn't running. Okay, I'm getting off that soapbox. They're so cool. We also received over $17 million in CDBG MET funding for the Joe's Creek Greenway project. And I like to some of these performance measures, I'm really focused on long-term. You know, it shouldn't matter who the Public Works Director is. We should have long-term measures in place that look at our infrastructure through time, and so that future boards and future Public Works Directors can make informed decisions. So with that, we are developing a local report card using the American Civil Engineering Society's infrastructure report card that you see on a national level. You also see it on a state level. We're developing it for our public works infrastructure, starting with bridges, roads, stormwater, our coastal systems, the beaches and structures, as well as sidewalks. And that's a big initiative for us right now. We will be submitting a package to ACE to evaluate so that it is a formally approved best management practice. Our coastal issues continue to be at the forefront of our mind as we're not necessarily in the driver's seat, but we're very concerned about the future of the Sand Key project. And we will continue to work with our federal, state, and local partners to find a path forward for this priority. Treasure Island and Long Key, the good news there is that the reauthorizations have all been finalized and approved, and we'll be nourishing those beaches in FY23. We're continuing to work on the Grand Canal project to support the Tierra Verde community, and we're expecting a response from the Army Corps later this year on whether or not the project will be included in the upcoming nourishment of Paso Grill, or if we will proceed independently. We are doing a lot to support the 3 Assistant 2s, Brian Lowak, Nancy McKibben, and Chris Moore, in achieving their diverse community goals, which include various capital improvements and other program implementations such as wayfinding signage, murals, and recent improvements in Lillman, including a stormwater pond rehab and resurfacing of Rainieri Park parking lot. In addition to our Penny program, we have a number of ARPA-funded projects moving forward in these communities, and we have developed one-pager info sheets for community engagement and have a Power BI dashboard that displays project manager information, project schedules, budgets, and expenditures. And this is a tool that we created to help our OMB ARPA team as well as the Assistant 2 so that they can be communicating this information out to the public in a timely way. Last year on the human side of things, which is one of my favorite side of things with my department, last year we developed and implemented career paths for every classified position in Public Works, and we continue to work with employees on their individual development plans to help them stay on track and measure their progress and success. We're also completing career paths for a set of exempt classifications this month and working with those employees to develop their individual plans. We have developed and implemented an employee recognition program to further enhance our ability to reward employees for excellent service. Over the last year and a half, we've worked with various employee teams to develop and complete our strategic plan and have employee teams working on employee voice feedback so that we can develop recommended improvements along the way. Recruiting does continue to be a challenge in certain areas such as engineering operations, but we have a great relationship with our Human Resources Department and other departments on career fairs, continuing to expand our internship program through PTech, as well as the decision package that we talked about previously. And that's all I have.
Commissioner Long has a question.
Kelly, I just don't know how you sleep at night. That was exhaustive. I just can't say enough to applaud your efforts and your energy and your commitment to this department and how the incredible amount of work that you have done. Congratulations. I mean,
I work with amazing people every day.
Apparently, and they're all overachievers, just like you. Thank God.
Further questions? Where is Ibis Pond?
Ibis Pond, if you're down near Bear Creek, it is to the east of Bear Creek. There's actually a little tributary that comes in right before Bear Creek, discharges out into Bocaciga Bay called Pelican Creek, and it's at the headwaters of Pelican Creek. And that particular lake, it's actually owned by the county, interestingly enough, but it has continually had harmful algal blooms, blue-green algae blooms. And we implemented green infrastructure technologies to treat water before it entered that lake, because then that lake ultimately discharges to the creek, which ultimately ends up in Bocaciga Bay. So it allows us to, do some work there at the headwaters and hopefully prevent not only the environmental issues, but public health issues.
Okay. And then we talked about Joe's Creek a little bit. We talked about stormwater. The regional stormwater plan for Lellman, and we saw that on the list for the Penny projects as well. What's the status of that location selection and progress as far as development?
Well, when we look at the high priority development areas in Lellman, the majority of the area actually is in the Sawgrass Basin, which we have the regional facility there. We have coordinated with the Water Management District on the credit process, and so basically, we're ready to implement if someone comes in and wants to use that facility for redevelopment. On the Joe's Creek, which is a smaller portion of it, it has been challenging to find suitable properties. We have locations of that portion of the basin that are ideal, kind of focused on where the drainage is and how we get the water where we need it to go. Because of we actually need like 40 acres if we were to use traditional stormwater treatment, and the likelihood of finding that and consolidating properties is just very difficult. We're actually looking at potentially doing an alum treatment facility. You can treat a lot more water, like we did in Lake Seminole and up in Lake Tarpon, with a much smaller footprint. So that's kind of where we are right now, is looking at parcels that are ideally located where we could implement something like that instead of trying to find 40 acres.
Yeah, you're not going to find 40 acres. Commissioner Eggers has a question.
Yeah, Kelly, thank you. I really appreciated your report just a minute ago, and I didn't see it in here. If you could maybe send us a copy of that, because that was just chock full of a lot of advancements, improvements, et cetera, that it'd be nice to be able to reference. So thank you for that. I'm really interested in that. Is it new technology on this road traffic monitoring that you were talking about, the improvement? Is it new technology or is it new systems? What's going on there?
Are you talking about the grant? Where we're
Yeah.
in, okay, yeah, so we're installing, yes, new equipment along the corridor that will talk with your car, my car, and it actually gives real-time feedback to our transportation center so that we can utilize that information to analyze congestion, traffic flows, safety, where we're seeing crashes and things like that. So think about Waze. You know, how you use Waze. It's very, very similar to that, how you're talking, how your car is talking through Waze, but we'll be utilizing that information in the Traffic Control Center to try to make our roads more effective and safer.
Oh, that's great. I mean, it'll take away one of the jobs that we have as you're driving around the county, and I'm always calling Tom Washburn and saying, hey, this intersection's really backed up and it seems to be, is there a problem here? So hopefully that will help get me off of Tom's back, calling him about that. The last question I had is on the stormwater side, and you talk about our impaired water bodies. And I'm not asking for the answer today, but do we have a report on the improving conditions of our impaired water bodies? Which ones are impaired, which ones aren't impaired, and kind of how are things going on that front?
Yeah, we're actually finalizing the analysis on our 2021 data, I believe, this month. So we should have some information out next month. One of the things we're also working on, it's in the packet, it mentions a water quality index, but we're working very diligently to, we have a dashboard, it just isn't as real time as it needs to be. So we're working on feeding that information in a more timely manner. And it's really easy to understand. I know water quality can be very complicated, but it's red, yellow, green. Everybody knows what green means, everybody knows what red means, and yellow's you're kind of shifty there. So we're working on finalizing that as well, but I can definitely share our 2021 water quality report, when I think it's gonna be complete next month.
Okay, thank you.
All right. No further questions? What else do you have for us? That's it?
That completes everything that we had.
No more 44 pages, Abigail?
If you want to review all the attachments with me, I'm happy to walk you through them.
We'll schedule that for a later date. All right. Anything else for the good of the order today? Just a couple notes. The governor received all of the pending legislation last Friday and has 15 days to act on that, and that includes that local government impact bill that we talked about. And if you have a chance, if you haven't done so, if you're in the office, please stop by and say happy anniversary to Nikki, who's celebrating 1 year with the county. So thanks for another good day. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. We are adjourned.